Let's see. All right, I see it on YouTube. Now let's see, like actually on the YouTube page. Is it working? Edit is working in Element 2. All right, cool. All right, sorry for that delay, folks. Just getting the YouTube stream up and working. We're here for day 2 of the Creative Freedom Summit, and we're very excited to welcome Becca for the first session of the day. So take it away.
Thanks so much for having me. I'm really, really glad to be here. So, let me go ahead and share my slides. Okay, where did it go? Um, Here we go. I think that you should be able to see that now. Just let me double check there and see. Well, I'll go ahead and get started talking, and then hopefully the slides do appear on YouTube. Um, Yeah, there we go. So, when we think of open source, we often think of code. So, like projects on GitHub or GitLab that developers are working on together. I think one of the things that we often underappreciate is the amount of core skills that are needed for a project to keep it healthy and sustainable. So, core interpersonal skills are things like proactive engagement, listening, communication, feedback, and empathy. And these things not only enhance the individual contributions, but they also strengthen our communities and make open source projects more inclusive, innovative, and successful. So, why am I here talking to you about this today? A little bit about me. Well, maybe. I'm not sure. Okay. Sorry, what happened to my second slide? There we go. Just switched on me a little bit. So my name is Becca Harat Weigel. I am a career changer. I came into tech after teaching college English for 10 years. So, a lot of the things that I learned there about communication, about teaching how to talk to each other, engage with each other, communicate with each other, I've brought with me to tech. And as part of that, I'm also the developer experience lead at OpenSauce, where I work a lot with contributors of open source projects. So, not only are our projects open source, but also we're developing tools to help open source projects. And so we get a lot of communication with people from both ends there. I'm also a community creator of Virtual Coffee, which is a community of people that meets a couple of times a week, and we're at all stages of the tech journey. So we're constantly learning and growing together. And I'm a mom of 4 kids. So I spend a lot of time engaging in many different types of communication and finding ways to talk to audiences. And these are some of the takeaways that I've had from that I've been able to apply to open source, whether it's a project I'm maintaining, contributing to, or supporting somebody else. So, before we jump into core skills, I want to take a minute to talk about the benefits of practicing good core skills when you contribute to open source. And so, some of these things include it enhances collaboration and project cohesion. If you're able to talk to each other and engage together, then you're more likely to grow together, which also leads to creating a supportive and inclusive community. When you're able to communicate things and treat others with respect and a person first approach, it also allows you to attract a more diverse range of contributors. So, whether that's at skill level, technology level, or different backgrounds, it allows more people to feel like they belong as part of that project. It also helps to lead to development of high quality and user centric software because you're able to work through the challenges. You're able to receive and give good feedback, which enhances the software and the experience. And finally, it encourages sustained engagement and reduces contributor burnout. When we have these open lines of communication, when we're able to talk through issues with people that are contributing to the projects, then we're more likely to be understanding, to recognize when there's challenges, and to be able to adapt to those things. And all of this working together efficiently and effectively, it starts with proactive engagement. Okay, so this might seem kind of like an odd one out in the list, but when we talk about proactive engagement, we're talking about being considerate of other people's time, of empowering ourselves as contributors to learn first, asking questions second, respecting the work others have done before us, and creating an experience that supports the most number of people. Okay, so what does that mean in open source? Well, you should have a full and complete understanding of contributing expectations. So if you're a contributor, um, think about it this way: maintainers have likely already shared information with you, okay, even if you've never engaged with them directly. For most contributors, you should be starting with the README. The README is likely going to have references to the contributing guide and the code of conduct. And I think it's important that we don't think of those things as optional reading, because to be a good contributor, we should be engaging and understanding to begin with. So, like I said, my background is in teaching. And so I always think of the README kind of as the syllabus or the map of the repository. How should I interact with this? How should I interact with the maintainers or the code, or where should I go next? It gives you insight into what you need to do and how to get started. And after you've started, you're likely going to need to know how to contribute to the project. And because every project has its own guidelines, it's important to read the contributing.md file. This is where you're going to learn about the paths of communication, what your expectations are, and how to support the project. And lastly, the code of conduct is there to make everyone feel safe. It's a necessary part of a project to make sure that all the contributors feel welcome and that the maintainers are able to engage and support the contributors, and also to create boundaries for themselves. Another way to be proactively engaged is, before contributing, make sure that you're not repeating tasks that someone else has already created. So, for example, say that you found a bug in an open source project. Um, don't rush to Discord or Slack and tell the maintainers, I found this bug. There's usually a process. And if you've read the README and the contributing guide, you probably know what that process looks like. The likely process is you need to create a discussion or an issue first. But before you do that, you should take time to look through the existing issues to make sure that you're not raising the same issue. This will save the triage team or the maintainers time as they sort through all of these issues. It's also worth mentioning that you should leverage the power of filtering to make it easier for you to browse issues. So if you know what the particular issue is about, those filters are there to help you be able to narrow it down and understand where it potentially could be and how you can look for it. So now is a good time, I think, to start talking about the next core skill, because you're going to need it once you start writing issues. Let's be empathetic. So it's important to remember that we're all humans behind open source. Because we can't often see the other person's face, and sometimes we're not on the same team, it can be a challenge to maintain empathy. But we should always remember that we're all humans. So, what does empathy look like in open source? First of all, be kind in your interactions. When you're talking to somebody, whether that's somebody that's responded to your issue, your pull request, or your maintainer, always remember that there's another person there and you don't know what's going on in their life. Be patient in your responses. So, for example, some maintainers might not work on weekends. Don't DM them on a different app to ask your PR to be reviewed. Believe it or not, maintainers even take vacations. So it's important to give them some time and space. And oftentimes, maintainers are working on their own thing. They're working on their open source projects, and they might have a second full-time job that they're working on. So it's important to remember that everybody has a different schedule. And even though you might be able to get through something quickly, it doesn't mean a maintainer can. Mentor others who are contributing. So this doesn't have to be a one-on-one mentorship, but I would like to think about it in this way of creating an empathetic guidance to a new contributor. So, for example, someone new to contributing might submit a PR that has merge conflicts. Merge conflicts often feel scary to someone who's new to tech or to open source. So, in that scenario, you can help walk them through the steps of how to resolve merge conflicts, or even send them resources to help. I also think that leaning on things like saved replies can help you to do that a little bit more efficiently. I know there's one open source project that I maintain with some other folks, and we see merge conflicts over and over. And so, a way to be able to quickly respond to people is by creating a saved reply and then personalizing that as it comes up. It's also important and empathetic to celebrate others' contributions. So, empathy is the ability to understand and share the feelings of others. So, in this sense, when you celebrate someone else's wins, it's acknowledging their sense of accomplishment for contributing. You're recognizing the work that it took to contribute as well. This is one of those ways that we create a supportive and engaging environment where people come back and where we create a space where other contributors want to come and grow. And so, even as a contributor, even though you're not the maintainer of a project in this scenario, it's important to think about how do you create a welcoming space for other people to come, because that increases the productivity in open source and it expands the open source community into a healthy and welcoming place. The last thing that I want to talk about with empathy is handling conflict sensitively. Okay, so this is a big one, and this is why I saved it for last, because there's often disagreements in open source, and it goes back to that idea that sometimes you don't see people, or sometimes people have needs and they want them to be met immediately, or they don't understand why no one's responded to them. If there's a disagreement or a misunderstanding, be sensitive and don't start by assigning blame. It's important to remember that we're all at different stages of understanding, and we come from different locations and cultures, and even sometimes things get lost in translation. So this is why it's really important to use empathy when you're coming to a conflict. And if it's hard to be empathetic when you first see something, then I suggest taking a minute to step back. It might be more than a minute. You might need to take a day before you respond to a message. But that's where we need to do. We need to bring empathy. We need to try to understand other people's perspectives. And we need to come to the conversation not with the mindset that we're right and any other option is wrong. The mindset should be this person believes this one thing. This is the thing that I believe. Now, how do we come together and understand each other? When we prioritize empathy, it becomes much easier for us to bring our communication, which is a key to a healthy open source environment. So, I was recently talking to a job seeker about open source, and they said that they wanted to work on an issue for an open source repository, but they found that when they got the project up and running, the directions weren't really clear enough to understand what needed to be done. So, I told them this is a perfect opportunity to showcase your communication skills. If you're confused or you have a problem, the chances are you're not the only one. So think of that as an opportunity to demonstrate good communication skills to the maintainer by doing a couple of different things here. So, first of all, you want to be concise. Maintainers have little time to spare. So it's important that you get to the point of your question or your feedback and you provide only the necessary details. Now, sometimes those details are going to be lengthy, and I'm not saying don't develop what you're writing about when I say be concise, but don't give them more information than they need. Be specific. What is the problem? What have you tried? What approach have you taken? Do you have any thoughts on what the problem might be or how to fix that problem? All of those things help the maintainer to move more quickly when they're trying to triage an issue or to determine whether or not to prioritize an issue. So clearly outlined, if whether or not you've run the program, has it started as expected? If it hasn't, and there's an error message, put that error message into the issue that or discussion that you're creating. That's really important for the maintainer to be able to narrow down, okay, what is going on there? Another part of that is to include things like screenshots or video of the error that you might be seeing. So if it is a bug report, understanding what is going on is going to make everybody move more quickly. It's kind of like providing little pieces of evidence to back up your claims. So, if there is relevant code, you should always share that. Be specific about that. Direct them to where you think the problem is or what the issue is that you're having. If you're writing an issue, it's super important to fill out any issue form fields so the maintainer has a clear understanding of what's happening. And I've seen this quite a few times where somebody creates an issue and they don't fill out those fields on the issue form. And so I just want to emphasize that it's really important because maintainers have put a lot of thought and effort into what goes into those forms. And you might not understand why those issue form fields are there, but they do because it helps them to address the problem. And so if you don't understand, it doesn't mean that you should skip that part. Just continue to clearly communicate with the maintainer and fill in all the information that you can. If it's a pull request, it goes the same way. So there aren't pull request forms, but there are pull request templates. So fill out all of the required fields there. So if you don't, you're preventing yourself and the maintainers from success when they have to come back to you and they have to ask you to fill in the fields. Whether or not you understand why they're there, you should follow the directions. And so another part of that is if you're creating a PR and you're looking at an issue, you should clearly communicate anything that you've addressed that's labeled in the issue. So, for example, if there's a specific part of the issue that you needed to tackle, then you need to take that part of the issue and relay that into the PR template. So, good communication will relate and connect all of the different asks in the issue to the pull request. And as always, be kind and respectful in your communication. I'm going to say it again because I think it's important. Remember that there's a person on the other end of the communication. Communication is a tool for building relationships. Don't approach this as an opportunity to criticize a maintainer. Another story. I was recently talking to an open source maintainer who's quietly looking for a new job. And one of the reasons they cited for loving open source is because it showcases how they communicate. Anyone that they interview with can see the time, attention, and care that that maintainer puts into their responses. And the same goes for contributors. It's a record of how you treat other people and your ability to work on a team. So, this is just a reminder to say that you can contribute and showcase your skills, not just by creating a PR, but also doing things like triaging issues, answering questions in the community, writing about the open source project so more people can discover it. The beauty of open source is that there are so many different ways to contribute. Don't limit yourself to what's tracked by the green squares, right? With good communication also comes good feedback. So chances are, if you're contributing to open source, you'll both be giving and receiving feedback. Sorry, one second here. Okay, so we're going to talk about active listening. But before we jump into active listening, we're going to talk a little bit about the power of feedback. And let me just make sure that I don't have, yeah, we're almost to the end here. So for us, we can explore this through two perspectives, the power of feedback, both giving and receiving. So in both cases, it's not just about pointing out what's wrong. It's about recognizing strengths, identifying areas for improvement, and identifying what the solutions are for the particular problem. So since we've kind of covered what it means to provide feedback, I think it's important to take a look at receiving feedback. When you receive feedback, you should keep an open mind and approach it as a learning experience and ask for questions of clarification as needed. This goes back to communication. So, if you're new to contributing, I want you to know that it's okay to get feedback in a pull request. In fact, most people get feedback before it's merged in. That's normal. Active feedback in this situation means that you read and understand the questions that you read the feedback and you understand in a way that you can ask questions. So, what is the pull request reviewer saying about your pull request? It's not to say that that's always going to be the right direction. If you don't understand what a maintainer is saying, then this is a great opportunity to ask questions. So sometimes you'll find that when you ask clarifying questions and you explain your thought process, you may have discovered something that a maintainer didn't consider. But it's also worth noting that maintainers have way more information than we do as contributors most times. So something might seem like the best answer in your opinion, but it's not the best for the project based on something that you don't know about the project. That's okay. What's important is that you're able to listen to feedback from the maintainer. There are also sometimes opportunities to chat with the maintainers and ask questions. There might be weekly office hours or live streams or blog posts, different ways to engage with the maintainers and ask questions. That can be a great opportunity to build relationships. Now, I want to say, like, if you are asking questions, make sure that they're well-informed questions and they're important. You've thought through them, because an empty question shows that you don't have a great ability to communicate. But something where you're thinking in depth and thoughtfully about the project or about an implementation of something is a really good way to show that you're a good community member and that you're an engaged contributor. And lastly, when you receive feedback, take it as an opportunity to improve and grow. So, giving and receiving feedback is so important in creating a culture of continuous learning and collaboration. And so it's important, again, to take this with active listening. When someone is saying something, you should understand it or listen to it with your full attention. And so this means that you're avoiding distractions, biases, and the big one, pride. Since most of the feedback we receive in open source is asynchronous, it can be challenging. On one hand, because it's written out, we can always go back to it, and that's a positive. But on the other hand, if we have questions, it can take a long time to communicate. And that's where one of the core skills we talked about earlier comes into play. Be patient. Maintainers are likely doing their best to get back with you in a timely manner. But I want to emphasize that the more that you listen and the better that you listen, the better contributor you'll become. That's because the more you listen, the more you're going to understand about the project, the process, the maintainers, and how they communicate, and how you can implement their feedback. So, for instance, if you've received feedback on your pull request, you need to understand it. So, number one, ask yourself, do I understand what the maintainer is asking me to do? Number two, ask questions if you don't understand. Now, I will say this. I'm going to go back to number one really quickly, because understanding what the maintainer is asking means that you've thoroughly read their response. You've read through the issue, you've watched any videos or listened to any audio that they've given you to support what you should be doing, and you've broken it down so you can understand that yourself. I also think that it's important that sometimes maintainers say, hey, I need you to update this thing. And let's say it's in one particular file, but you've done it 5 times. That doesn't mean that you only address it once, right? So if a maintainer is asking you to make a fix, make sure that you fixed it in all of the places rather than just one of the places. That shows that you're really thinking deliberately about the project and the issue. And I think that sometimes one of the challenges comes because we want to move so quickly and we want to get that PR in, and we want to be done with it because that feels like an achievement. But it's really important to growing with the project and creating a healthy environment for the community, yourself, and the maintainers to really understand and work on implementing good communication and understanding. So once you've asked questions, once you understand, it's also important to resolve all feedback either by implementing questions or asking questions. Don't resolve feedback on a PR if you haven't fixed the thing that the maintainer or the reviewer is asking of you. It can really be helpful to create a checklist. There's a book that I read a couple years ago called The Checklist Manifesto, and it talks about the importance of having a checklist. And so, checklists are sometimes things that we do every single day. This is how I'm going to start my day and my routine. Other times, it might be helpful for you in a PR to write down all of the things that you need to do and then to create a checklist to make sure that you've done that. That means that you're creating efficient communication, but it also shows the maintainer that you're valuing their time. And I think that's one of the biggest mistakes that I've made about as a contributor in the past is taking not taking the time to fully understand the issue and to make the changes, because I get really excited. I'm like, here's a quick fix, I can do this. And so instead of really taking the time to understand feedback or the issue, I've just rushed into it and created something that ends up costing more time for me and the maintainers, because we have to go back and forth with communication and explain the problems with my fix. Okay. So it's important to invest the time and to really work on being independent and not expecting someone to handhold you the entire way. Understanding feedback is one of those skills that we can always develop. So I think that the more that we grow as contributors, the better we get at understanding and implementing feedback. Core skills come down to understanding and communicating. And I wish that I could say that we all use good core skills, because as humans, we all deserve to be treated with respect and understanding. That's true. We all do deserve that. But when we do this, when we use good core skills, it helps us to grow as contributors. And it helps open source projects to grow a healthy community and contributing environment. It also creates a ripple effect when we model the behavior that we hope to see in open source, and that creates a better open source environment for everyone. So I hope that you found this talk useful, and I hope that you can implement some of these things. If you have questions, please feel free to reach out to me. I'm happy to answer them. Not sure if we'll have time for questions now or not, but thanks so much for listening.
Thanks, Becca. Um, I'm also community manager, so I use all these skills every day, and I was just writing how how close to home they were in the chat. We do have a couple of questions, but we probably want to cut it off in like 2 minutes just so we keep sort of on schedule. We do have some smush in there, but we want to, respect people's time. Are you in the chat in Element
No,
by any
sorry,
chance?
I don't know which tab.
No, it's totally fine. So Emma, do you want to read the second question? The first question was for me and it's more just personal interest. The second question is, I think, more useful for everyone.
Okay. So second question, I'm mostly active in open source graphic design community in my country. Recent years, I've seen the interest of newcomers and contributors decreasing in the communities I follow. Does this happen at your place? What do you suggest to overcome this?
That's a really excellent question. And that's a question that I actually get a lot. And so I think that there's a couple of things that you can do. First of all, make sure that there are good first issues out there to invite people to contribute. And when I say write a good first issue, I don't mean just put the label on there. I mean, really thoroughly walk someone through the steps that it might take. And so you actually might be giving them the answer in the issue, but you're creating a process that kind of creates an easy onboarding. And the next part of that is create a contributor journey. So you want to think about like, okay, we want to be able to engage and sustain people. And so part of coming back and having a return contributor also means that you might have to find some mentorship. And I'm not saying provide one-on-one mentorship, but if you're cultivating a positive community, you'll find that that mentorship naturally happens. It doesn't have to be someone that's been there for a ton of time. I'm a firm believer in horizontal mentorship. We can all mentor, but people have to feel empowered that they're able to do that. And sometimes that comes with creating clear contributing guidelines, having a code of conduct there, and just making those paths of communication really clear. And the last way, I think it's really creating consistency with people so they know what to expect. So, if you say I'm going to be at office hours every Tuesday and then you show up once every third Tuesday, then it creates an environment that doesn't feel as welcoming. So I think that, a big part of that is creating that community, having positivity there, and also creating a contributor journey that allows you to think about people starting out and growing with the project.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks again, Becca, for joining us. And we appreciate you and your time and efforts to come and present to our community.
Thank you so much for having me. This was wonderful. And I'm looking forward to enjoying the rest of the talks today.
Awesome. Is Saptac in the wings somewhere? Yes. Hi, Saptak. How are you? You're on mute. Now you're
Can you hear
not.
me? Okay,
Yeah.
great. Okay, seems like there might be some lag. Should I start or is there some waiting time?
Yeah. Thanks for your patience. We had a little, a little snag there getting things up and running, but we have Squish in there, as I mentioned, so it should be all right. Emma and I are going to jump off and we'll hold questions for you until the end.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Okay.
Okay, let me share my screen. Let's see. Is my screen visible? I hope so.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Hello everyone. Yeah, the last talk was great, so I am like really happy to be listening and following on to that talk. Yesterday we did have another accessibility talk, so I'm happy to see more accessibility talks coming up. And I think like yesterday's speaker did a great job of introducing what accessibility is all about and um, how different people can contribute to it. So what I'm going to do today is I will talk about a little bit about some open source tools for accessibility. And when I'm talking about these open source tools, I'm kind of focusing on tools which are not developer related. I am focusing more on designers, testers, let's say editors and all those things. So it's not going to be a developer related talk. Um, But let's start with who am I? I am a self-proclaimed human rights center developer. So I might be a little bit biased if I'm saying something. Don't take it too harshly. What I mean when I say human rights center developer is I focus more on accessibility, privacy, security of things rather than the fancy UI part. I also do maintain some different open source projects like Accessibility Project, Onion Share, and also I'm part of the accessibility team in Vector. Now, let's start with a very important question, which is should designers care about accessibility? And yesterday, while the accessibility talk was going on, someone actually mentioned in the chat, which is I I don't remember the exact message they sent, but it was something along the lines of um, that design is one of the steps where the accessibility part starts, and people should be starting as soon as the design step and not wait till the development step. And I totally agree with that. I Designers should care about accessibility and so does developers, but it's often a misnomer that accessibility is completely a developer's job, right? Because a lot of the accessibility is in implementation, but often design is the very first step in creating a new feature. So that's why design is very important when accessibility is come. So this is a graph from the Web Almanac 2022 showing the number of websites which have sufficient color contrast for text. And as you can see, so the numbers that you see are for the last 4 years, and you see consistently it's around 22%, which is really not great. And color contrast is supposed to not be a very difficult issue to solve, right? And as you may realize that it is a design issue because most people are implementing the design. Now, this also is a thing where people often blame, okay, the designer is to be blamed because there is a color contrast issue. I don't very much agree with that. I feel like it's not just the design, but it's the miscommunication that happens or the miscommunication that takes place when the design translates into the code, right? So we are going to talk about tools in that process. I'm not going to talk about tools like how to make better designs in Penpot because there are far better people here who can talk about that. But I'm going to talk more about how the communication can happen between the designer and the developer so that a lot of these accessibility issues can be caught in between. This is another statistics, and I included this statistics because I remember someone asked in the message last time, like, do we have some stats saying how many websites are following these standards. Yes, Web a Million actually does perform a statistics every year, and these are the topmost failures that are there in the home pages. And if you look at them, like simple might be a wrong word to use, but they are not as complicated and issues as you might think. Like a lot of people are like, okay, accessibility implementation might be a huge burden, so let's not think about it. If you see, like the top six ones are really not that difficult to fix, right? And the first one happens to be the local contrast text. So low contrast text definitely can be solved by design and design communications. Missing alternate text for images. Now I know a lot of developers, the solution that they have for adding alt text to images. I feel like missing alternative text is not just, this number is actually very low, because a lot of the images don't have the correct alternative text either. So a lot of the times people will be like, oh, this image is something to do with presentation, so I will just write presentation maybe in the alt text, and that's really not how it should be. And that's something that can also be fixed in the design translation, not necessarily by designer, but it can be like the product lead or the editor or someone else. And the last few ones are kind of more developer heavy, but we will talk how in design translations they can be addressed as well. So yeah, design is often the very first stage of a new feature, right? So if you start catching accessibility issues at the design phase itself, then it doesn't become a issue like a tech debt issue. People often are like, okay, we need to get to the MVP very quickly, and then we will fix all these issues later. So if a lot of the accessibility issues are caught at the design level itself, then you really don't need to think about fixing them later, which in most cases happen to be a very band-aid kind of solution. So let's start talking about few tools. First, we will talk about tools related to color contrast, and there are a lot of tools related to all these topics. I am specifically trying to talk about open source tools because last year when I gave this accessibility related talk, someone did ask me the question like, how is accessibility on open source related? Why the accessibility talk is coming? Firstly, yes, as an open source community, we should be caring about accessibility, so that's why it's related. But also, a lot of the tools and the resources you will see are open source. So, if you want to promote accessibility, open source is definitely important. So, I'm trying to focus more on open source tools. There are definitely many others. So color contrast. The first tool that is really great for color contrast is called Color Contrast Analyzer by TPGI. This is an open source tool. You can see, I probably should increase the font size a little. But yeah, mostly they are for MacBook and Windows, but since the last release, they do have an app image and the .dev and the .rpm. It doesn't work very great often with Linux, which is why I'm not going to demo it from my system. But in other operating system, this is something how it looks. I have also used Creative Freedom Summit's website in my examples. This is not to bash the Creative Freedom Summit's design team. It's more like an example that I'm using, so don't take it very harshly again. So yeah, so the tool looks something like this. And what you can do is you will see that there are some color picker kind of things, and you can use these color pickers to choose like the foreground color and the background color. So when you click on the foreground color, background color, for example, what I did here was I clicked on this host part, and it shows you that there is a contrast issue when you select in the host text in the website. It's 2.4 is to 1. Ideally, it should be 4.5 is to 1 for AA and 7 is to 1 for AAA, right? So this is a very good thing, and the reason it's good is you don't need to have the website created to use this tool. This is just a color picker that will pick a color in any software that you're using in your desktop. So it's like if you're working on a Penpot file, you can just use the color picker in the designs there itself. and it will still give you the contrast ratios and tell what's wrong and what's not. Okay. The next thing is contrast grid. Contrast grid is another open source tool. I feel this is a really, really great tool. So a lot of the projects does have a color scheme, especially if you're following a design system of sorts. And I feel the issue, that's why I said color contrast doesn't always happen because the designer messed up. It often is because the developer messed up, because the developer might be like, okay, these are the colors that I have available, and they might not always be aware which should be used against which background. And this contrast grid does exactly that. So it creates a contrast grid like this. I kind of took these colors out of some Pagure file that I found in the design system of Fedora. So I think these are the colors that are mostly used in Creative Freedom Summit website, but even if it's not that important. So this tool, it's a website, contrastgrid.hshapes.com. And what it has is it has this rows and columns area here. And what you can do here is every line in this text area is basically one of the rows and columns. You can even use distinct rows and columns if you're like, okay, background and text are very definitely different. So we will give a very distinct row. But yeah, I have used just the same rows for like same colors for both the rows and columns. And so what you can see here is there are a few different labels. DNP basically means it does not pass. AA18 means it passes for large text. So in the WCAG standard, there are some relaxation if your text is a large text. So then your requirement contrast ratio gets to 3:1 instead of 4.5:1. And then you also have like AA, AAA, and all those things, right? So this grid is great because then you can just say, see, this is the grid. So when you are using, if you are coming up with your own like design system or whatever, and you're using mixing and matching these colors, you can just see from this which you should use, which you should not. If you feel this DNP and AA18 are a lot of information, you can even turn them off, and it just gives you the colors and the backgrounds that pass AA and AAA. So it's like, these are the only options. Please use this text colors with these backgrounds. Don't use anything else. I feel this is an amazing tool because it again helps with the communication, right? The designer is very much aware that there might be a color contrast issue. The developer might not be. So having this basically ensures, or even if you have a very complicated CMS where someone can select both the background color and the text color, I think having this kind of grid for the editors is also great, so they can see exactly what passes and what not. The next very important thing I feel is design documentation. I did talk about it a little bit in my last talk in Creative Freedom Summit that I feel the designer should always do accessibility annotations. It doesn't need to be a designer. It needs to be a communication between the designer and the developer and whoever is the accessibility expert in your team. Or if there is someone missing, probably hire. But if you can't, then still discuss about the design and documentation, like the annotation part. I feel like a lot of the errors get caught at this level. One really great tool to do this is Penpot accessibility documentation kit. So if you go to Penpot, you go to the templates and libraries, you can find this. I have also linked it in my slide. So if you click and then you import it into your Penpot, you will have all these tools available. It's created by Stephanie. They do an amazing job in accessibility documentation. They have really great talks as well. So you can definitely listen to them as well. Don't start listening right now. Let me at least finish. But yeah, they're amazing talks. Definitely do listen to them if you're interested in accessibility documentation. So again, I kind of did the same thing. I used Creative Freedom Summit's website, and I tried to take a section of the website as a screenshot and kind of wrote how I would have documented different parts. what it really helps is the designer might have a very clear vision when they're creating something, right? And they might be wanting to document it. At the same time, a developer might be like, okay, this is the design, this is what I'm going to do. So according to my development, this comes as an H2. So I will be adding it as an H2. And there is the communication that happens at like, that's when you can be like, okay, is this okay, is this not okay? So for example, like here, this is the Penpot file. I just took a screenshot and kind of used the tool. So the tool comes with this kind of component examples. Okay. And so basically what I did is I took a screenshot and I marked this thick border areas are basically landmarks. um, for example, like I have marked this as H2 because one of the things is we often mistake is the heading level should not be determined by the design itself, right? The heading level is decided based on the structure of your page. So it's very important if you mark, okay, this is H1, this is H2, this is H3, irrespective of if the text is smaller or the text is bigger. Or even if it's like, okay, register an account, does this need to be an heading? Or is this more like a paragraph, but it's a bold line? Those are the decisions you're probably taking here, right? At the same time, I have marked this landmark as like OL. OL is ordered list. So you can pretty well put inside a div these three things and put it in a flex and then done with it in your implementation. Probably not the right information that you're giving to assistive technology users, right? The assistive technology users are not seeing the exact order all the time. So it's really important for them to know that it is an ordered list of steps that a user needs to follow to join the conference. So that's why it's an OL, it's an ordered list. I have also in yellow mentioned a text which is written as visually hidden H3, mentioning what this list is about. That's another very important point in documentation. A lot of the times, a lot of the designs are not visible in the design, but they need to be there in the implementation. So maybe here, when you're writing join us, it's pretty fine. But for example, if someone just lands into this ordered list and they're like, okay, there is a ordered list of steps, I have no idea what they're for. So you can have a hidden H3 which says steps to follow to join Creative Freedom Summit. Doesn't need to be visible, but it needs to be there, maybe, right? At the same time, for example, this eye icon, now you might say, okay, this is a presentation icon, but adding this eye icon makes it like conveys the information that the text next to it is an information, right? So it might be good to have an alt text saying information here because that's an information and that will convey some more information. Similarly, for these social media icons, and when I use this circle text, I circled numbers, I have mentioned what they mean beside. So when you are having like social media icons, no text is there. Now, it might be good to discuss it with the product team, the designer, and the editors, what exactly you want the labels to be, right? If you remember, one of the um, top issues in accessibility is like links don't have text. And this is a very common scenario where that may happen. So in Creative Freedom Summit, it actually does say Facebook, visit our Facebook link, visit our Instagram link. So maybe good to decide that as well and not just leave it to the developer to guess what this should be. Similarly, for example, this part, it's just links, but it's part of navigation, so it should be a nav, right? So those are the kind of things you can do with accessibility annotation. And I feel like that helps a lot when a design is being passed to the developer and all those things. A few other things I feel is very important to document are interaction states. So a lot of the parts in our websites have interaction states, right? So often the design just has the design of a button in a normal state, but what happens when it's hovered? What happens when it's focused through tab? What happens when it's in an active state? The similar thing goes for form components. So often the form components are like, okay, focus, how the focus state should look. If there is an error, what should be the error state for the field? Where is the error message shown? If it's disabled, how should the disabled state look? And also mark areas of interaction. It's often people are like, okay, if there is a logo, should this logo be a link or is this just a logo? So it's often helpful to mark areas of interaction as, yes, this is an anchor tag. And as I was saying, unseen designs, there are a lot of unseen designs that happens. For example, skip links. If your website has a huge navigation, main navigation at the top, you need to provide a skip link so that they can skip to the main content quicker and not have to tap through the entire navigation, right? So skip link is not the design that you will see when you get the page design, but you need to provide that design as well and mention where the skip links, like pressing the skip link, should go. Similarly, for labels, for icons, or there might be unseen headings, like the heading is not visible, but it is needed to describe what the things are that are being shown in the area. And all description of images. I feel it's a very bad idea to leave all description of images to developers. Most developers, and again, I'm saying most, there are amazing developers who are really good content creators and designers as well. But most developers might not be very comfortable writing content. And at that time, a very bad all description is created of images because all description writing in itself is a, I would say, skill, because all description very much depends on the context. Do you want to really just describe the image, or you want to describe what the image means to the context, or you want to describe the image in the sense why you put the image in this particular section, right? So having this all description also available in this accessibility documentation step is really helpful. And lastly, I'm going to talk a little bit about the accessibility testing. There are a lot of tools for accessibility testing, but I am going to again focus more on open source tools and also tools that non-developers can use. Now, yes, Firefox DevTools might not be a very non-developer thing. People might not always go to inspect element just like that. But let's say I have Creative Freedom Summit and all it takes is going to the inspect elements, and this is Firefox. Chrome also has this. You can see this accessibility tab here. Is this visible enough? Hopefully. So you can see accessibility tab here. If you click on this, so someone was asking, what does this ARIA label and everything do yesterday? And what it does is when your website is being, for this assistive technologies, for example, when you create an HTML document, it creates DOM, called Document Object Model, where that's how CSS gets applied on many things. That's how you find classes and IDs using JavaScript. Similarly, an accessibility DOM document is also created. And that's what you can see here. So for example, let's say I want to see this join button. Now, if I click on this, what I can see is I can see here that it's a link with the text join. And if you go here, you will see you can find more informations, like the name of the link is join, the role is a link. You can also find actions, like what it does, and you have what the value is and all the other things, right? So this name part is really important because, like we were saying, right, often the links don't have name, and that is one of the most common issues. So for example, let's see if this Facebook icons have a name, right? So what I can do is I can click here and you will see that the name itself is null, right? But there is a graphics document part which gives it a visit over Facebook. It's fine. I would say putting an ARIA label as visit over Facebook might be good. That just kind of has covers like all the different assistive technologies. Assistive technologies does treat different things a little bit differently. So if you do an accessibility audit, someone might say, okay, there is a missing label on this link. But for most screen reader purposes, probably it will still read out visit over Facebook. Right? But yeah, you can see this kind of things using Firefox DevTool itself. You don't really need to install it or anything else. Now, the another tool that I really like is the X set of tools. So DQ publishes a lot of tools under its X ecosystem. The core library itself is open source. You can see the code here, and but it also provides extensions, and there are actually a lot of third-party tools that also uses its Xcode library. The extension also uses the X library. So what it does is, here again, I have the X dev tool already installed, the extension. So that's why I have this X dev tools tab at the end. Now, one of the things someone again asked yesterday was like, can we just submit the entire website and get whether it's failing or not? You can't submit the entire website just like that on a tool, maybe, because then you can do that from a developer side. You can have sitemaps and run things and all. But mostly what we are going to do here is you can do a page by page scan. So if you do a scan of this, it just says on Creative Freedom Summit there are 42 issues, where a lot of this might be because there is a changing gradient in the background. So it might be a cautionary tale, like we can't determine the contrast ratio, so please check it by yourself. But for example, there is a frame here, which is an iframe, I think, from Shed, which is the scheduling platform, and that frame should have an accessible name. Or like some images might not have alternate text, or form elements must have labels. So things like that. So this Axe tool is really, I feel like it's very good for a first pass, like just after implementation. If the developer has implemented and they pass it on to a tester or a designer, you can just run the Axe tools and do some sanity check of how many issues are there. Another very good tool I like is Sally. Now, Sally does need the developer to add this tool to the code base itself, and then the authors and the editors can use this tool. But it's more catered towards the author. So if you have a CMS, right, and you are creating content for the CMS, this tool is really great, because then you can just check using this tool whether you have issues or not. So it comes off like this button at the very bottom right corner. You click on it, it says different things. For example, it's showing a warning here which says the alt text might not be relevant with the link, because this is a link. It should have the name of what the link does rather than describing what the image actually is. Similarly, if you go to the demo page, you will see they have a lot of errors, and it basically just says what are the different errors, and that's the same thing it will do to your website. So it's very good for editorial purposes. If you have a CMS where the editor has a lot of flexibility on how they create the content, Sally can be really helpful to see that the content they are creating is at the end of the day accessible. Right. And lastly, we were talking a lot about screen readers in messages yesterday. Yes, there is an open source screen reader tool called Orca. It is inbuilt in Linux. Or at least the GNOME platforms. It is created by GNOME itself. It's not very, like, sometimes it can not be a little bit intuitive to use. But yeah, it's a great tool. You can technically install this in Windows and MacBook as well. So yeah, there is an open source screen reader tool, and if you feel like this needs improvement, you can go and contribute it and follow all the things that the last talk talked about. I thought of giving a demo of Orca as well, but I think we are a little low on time, so I'll skip it because we did get a screen reader demo yesterday. So, but yeah, it does exactly the same things. And lastly, I will leave with some accessibility resources for designers. There is this link called WCAG for Designers. I love this resource because what it tries to do is, WCAG for a standard which is about accessibility is not very accessible, I would say. So this website tries to break down the standards in terms of design, I would say. So they take the different standards that are related to design, and they actually discuss what are those and what are needed, how can you test, and all those things. And W3C also has a guide for designers specifically. So if you go to this link, they have like designing for web accessibility, and it just kind of covers links which are very specific to design itself. Like these are the issues that designers can probably help with in accessibility at the very beginning. That's it. Thanks for listening. I tried to make this talk a little bit more about tools that people can use rather than me just talking about how accessibility is great and how most websites don't have it, which sucks. So, yeah, I hope everyone will get something out of the talk. This is my website. I am also there in Mastodon, and I am still in IRC if someone is still in IRC.
Awesome. Thanks, Saptak. And I love that you're here for the second year in a row. That's awesome. Emma, do you want to do the questions real quick?
Yeah, of course. Let me see there. So the first question is, as I understand it, the Creative Freedom Summit website is built using Oxygen. A volunteer set this up for the event, which is great for folks who don't code. What do you think about this kind of tool with regards to accessibility? Do they generally offer the same kind of accessibility options, or is there one you would recommend?
Right. So I saw yesterday again, like I was following the messages yesterday a lot. I saw again someone mentioned like they kind of got tired of using design system and fixing it. So they just started writing from scratch. And I have kind of become one of those persons as well. Is that great? No. But one of the signs that whether a design system or any of those kind of tools that you're using has accessibility or they care about accessibility is usually they will have a page called accessibility, or in the footer you will find something called an accessibility statement. So any website, any design system which has an accessibility statement is kind of a way of saying we do care about accessibility. There might be issues, right, but which has not yet been fixed, but they will give you a process like these are the issues we are already tracking, this is the way you can report it and things like that. So if a tool has that, that is probably a tool that really cares about accessibility, and I would encourage using such a tool. But again, like design systems vary also based on the stack you're using, like whether you're using WordPress, that will have very different design systems available than if you're using a static site generator, or like I mostly prefer to write just plain HTML, CSS. So that's a very different kind of scenario. So yeah.
Very good, thank you. And we'll just do the last one really quickly. Chrome DevTools doesn't have a separate accessibility tab, right? We'll have to do a Lighthouse test.
Right. So Google Chrome tries to depend more on their Lighthouse tools because that includes accessibility. Um, it's okay. It's not a bad tool again. But Lighthouse kind of, I don't like this scoring system that they often do. It's like you have 100, and mostly it becomes like that GitHub's green grade thing that the last speaker was talking about. Everyone just wants their things to look 100, and they don't actually care about fixing the accessibility issues. There is actually a great talk by Manuel Maticevic which talks about how you can get a Lighthouse 100 score by making a terribly, like a website which is terrible in accessibility. So yes, it's useful. Most of the automated tools can be tricked. So again, that's why you would need someone to do an accessibility audit for you. You would want to do user testing with people who are using assistive technologies. But yes, Chrome, it mostly depends on Lighthouse, but that's why you can use something like XDevTools. It is available for Firefox, Chrome, and I think Edge as well. So yeah, then you can have the same set of tools everywhere and kind of a common reporting system.
That's great. Thanks so much, Saptak. Your talk was really interesting, and I've bookmarked a lot of those tools that you were suggesting, so I'll definitely add them into my workflow. Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, I have also shared the link in the chat as well. So for my slides, so all the things are also linked in the slide. So yeah, feel free to use that. So
Lovely. Thank you so much.
thank you. Have a great the rest of the conference.
Bye. Yes, so next we have Bogomil, I believe. Will I let him in? Yeah. Ooh, hello.
Hi, I love your hair. Oh, you're on mute.
I'm not on mute anymore. Hello, everyone.
I was just saying I love your hair.
That's my natural hair, by the way. Ooh. Okay.
I'm not sure if I'm supposed to believe that or not.
Please don't. Okay, I'll close this one. All right. So, shall I get started, or we wait for
Yeah.
something else?
Yeah, go for it.
Cool.
Do you want us to hold questions till the end?
Yes, please.
Okay.
So, welcome everyone. I decided to pre-record my talk because it's full of music samples, mixing from different programs, and my current setup doesn't work very well with Jitsi. So I'll just play what I have ready for you, and at the end, of course, I'll be here for answering questions. So clicking on this and enjoy. Can you see it?
Yes.
Ah, okay, sorry. Hello, creative world. Thanks everyone for joining this amazing event, and thanks for giving me chance and opportunity to talk before you today. The agenda for my short 20-ish minute talk, or the goal of the talk, is to help you discover your inner artist. This talk is for absolutely beginners, such as myself, who would like to join the amazing world of the music creation. I'll show you how I created a commercial track with free software, and I actually earned a few cents already by doing that. Of course, you could choose not to do that, not to do it commercially, but my talk will be about that, because I'll be talking also about
I think it might have restarted.
Hello, creative world. Thanks everyone for joining this amazing event, and thanks for giving me chance and opportunity to talk before you today. Hello, creative world. Thanks everyone for joining this amazing event, and thanks for giving me chance and opportunity to talk before you today. The agenda for my short 20-ish minute talk, or the goal of the talk, is to help you discover your inner artist. This talk is for absolutely beginners, such as myself, who would like to join the amazing world of the music creation. I'll show you how I created a commercial track with free software, and I actually earned a few.
Hey, Bogomil, I think it just keeps restarting here.
Or can you play it instead? I just sent out the link to the chat. And I played this a few times before today. Hello, creative world. Really well, but, thanks everyone for joining this live coverage today, event, and thanks for giving me chance and opportunity to talk before you today. The agenda for my short 20-ish minute talk, or the goal of the talk, is to help you discover your inner artist. This talk is for absolutely beginners, such as myself, who would like to join the amazing world of the music creation. I'll show you how I created a commercial track with free software, and I actually earned a few cents already by doing that. Of course, you could choose not to do that, not to do it commercially, but my talk will be about that, because I'll be talking also about software licenses on how to free your work. I'll be talking about how to get inspiration to start thinking about creating music, how to get music samples from where. There are tons of resources on the internet. And at the end, I will show you how to use an amazing software, free software, open source software under GPL version 2, I believe, license, called Audacity. Again, this talk is about absolute beginners, such as myself. So let's get started. Hello, everyone. Again, my name is Bogomil. Most people call me Bogo because it's easy to remember, as in buy one, get one. Also, there is a very inefficient algorithm with the same name. So this is like me. I'm kind of inefficient from time to time and fun most of the time. I don't know. I contribute to Fedora. That's why I'm talking with you today. I'm contributing also to a project called Mozilla. Thunderbird is one of their products. I was born in Bulgaria, and I live over there in Prague. That's Czech Republic. And the time zone, I think, is...
Oh no, what happened?
I got a notification there to say it turned off because of bandwidth, I think.
Huh. Whose bandwidth would it be?
I don't know.
It actually seems to be working momentarily, at least. Are you with us, Bogomil?
Yes, I am here.
Can you try sharing it again?
I can.
I think it seemed to be working. Can we skip in a little bit? Maybe to the 5-minute mark? Is that possible?
Yeah, sorry, I was muted. I don't see anything that's played right now, so I don't know where are we.
It looks to be playing here. Is it possible to skip into the video?
Hello, creative world. Thanks everyone for joining this amazing event, and thanks.
Oh no,
again, this talk is about absolute beginners, such as
restarting.
myself.
Oh.
So let's get started. Hello, everyone. Again, my name is Bogomil. Most people call me Bogo because it's easy to remember, as in buy one, get one. Also, there is a very inefficient algorithm with the same name. So this is like me, like kind of inefficient from time to time and fun most of the time. I don't know. I contribute to Fedora. That's why I'm talking with you today. I'm contributing also to a project called Mozilla. Thunderbird is one of their products. I was born in Bulgaria, and I live over there in Prague. That's Czech Republic. And the time zone, I think, is Central European time, because a lot of people mentioned about their time zones. Please do not Google me. You'll find disturbing stuff. No, please don't. Again, a warning that this talk is being recorded as we speak, and if you ask a question,
Well, maybe
or
I
your
just share
name
the video
might
and
be
people can watch it
shown
and
somewhere. I'm not aware of
Just leave it as
how
is.
everything
It's
works,
working.
just a warning.
Just leave it.
sorry,
All right, let's get started.
Is it
Just
Enough
leave it.
talking
It's working.
about me.
I don't see
Um,
anything on the
How to
screen.
get inspiration, right? I mean,
Oh, really? I see it.
Yeah.
I never thought that I will start creating music. My inspiration was I was invited in a conference here in Prague. It was about Java, and they said, hey Bogo, can you make your talk more interesting, more funny? So I said to myself, okay, I want to create a small music theme that I will use it for my talk and show it to people, and that was actually the piece of music that started when I clicked the share button. I mean, it doesn't matter. So I started thinking, hey, what I want to do, what is the message that I want to, send to the people. So I said to myself, it will be in a movie theater, so I need to have something like, ta-dam, bram, when you're at a movies and you're, watching a movie and you see all of those, or hear actually all of those amazing, soundtracks, you know what I'm talking about. And that was my inspiration. For other people, the nature is inspiration. You're sitting on a bench, looking at this beautiful view. For those of you who cannot see on the screen, it's a picture of a mountain, a few small houses. I think it's a frozen river or a lake, and on the middle of the lake there is a boy sitting on a frozen, it's a kind of a football field, and you're sitting there watching or feeling this beauty. You feel the silence, and you start thinking, hey, can I transfer this into the music? This could sound like this, for example. Of course, you might have, and I believe you will have, completely different perspective. So feel free to experiment. For some people, inspiration is in happy moments. Going with people on the beach. On the screen, I'm showing picture with a bit of sea. There is a fire and people around the fire. Probably they're happy. So you can use this inspiration when you have experience like that. You're thinking, hey, can I do like a sound mix that will remember, or later on when I'm in the winter, can I just listen to that sound and remember how happy we were during the summer, and this could be this could sound like this. For some people, it's the perfection. So imagine you're watching a movie, let's say The Matrix, and there is the scene going on. Neo is shooting, somebody else is shooting, there are bullets flying around. Of course, the music goes on, which is beautiful music, by the way. But you think, hey, something's off. I think I can do something better. What about if I change a track or two to reflect, how I see the movie? Of course, you cannot change the movie that is already airing, but you can think about hacking the movie for your own purpose and creating a completely new soundtrack. So the next video that I'll show you is one of the scenes from the Matrix without the soundtrack. It's just the special effects to see what is the difference between the one that you remember from the movie and the one that is without anything. Think about, I'll show it for a few seconds. Think about, how you would approach this, how you can imagine the sound if there were no sound available, like a soundtrack.
Would you please remove any metallic items you're carrying? Keys, loose change. Holy shit! Ugh!
Back up! Stand back up!
Boring, isn't it? So feel free to start thinking about how you can make it better. All right, I believe that you will find a ways on how to get creative based on who you are, your personality, what drives you. Those are just a few examples that I showed. So you have your inspiration. So you said, I really, really want to create a piece of music for any purpose. I want to express myself with the music. So what is the next thing that you need to do? Since I mentioned commercial use in the past, in the beginning, not in the past, I would like to spend maybe 2-3 minutes talking about the licenses. See, when you create something, I'll click here, yes. When you create something, you are the full owner of the copyrights. All of the rights belong to you. It's the same with the other authors and artists. So if you want to use something over the internet, in majority of the time, you cannot. Even though you can download it, of course, illegally in most of the cases and use it. Legally, you're binded by the law saying that the item you downloaded, you cannot do anything with it. You cannot mix it. You cannot create other works based on that. You cannot sell it. So long time ago, the Creative Commons project decided that it is good to give the artists the ability to define what kind of a license they want to for their work. For example, if I create music and I don't want this music to be copyrighted by default, I can choose one of the following licenses that I'm showing on the screen to free my work. I will not go through all of them today. You can do that in your free time. But I want to focus on the first two. The first one is called public domain. So I create something, a song, and I say, this song has the public domain license. So that means you're free to copy and publish this song without asking me anything. You see that there is no attribution required. You can do absolutely whatever you want with this song, or the piece of music, a sample, for example. Yay! You can use it commercially. You can modify it. You can adapt it, and you can change the license. So you can take my work, use it commercially, and copyright it, and say, "Hey, Bogo, la 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 la," the stuff. This is my work now. The second license that is more restricted, as you can see, you can do absolutely the same, but you need to say the work that I used for my song belongs or originally was created by Bogo, for example. You can see that the first 4 licenses are available for commercial use. So you can use one of those to locate, or we can use this graph or a chart later on when we start downloading our samples. There are other licenses, for example, that are like Creative Commons. They're called like permissive licenses. I'll show you one of those examples. It's the website called Pixabay. They have almost the same rules, saying, you can use our content for free. You can modify it without, having to attribute the author. But you're not allowed, for example, to sell it if you don't do the modification. So if, in our case, if you want to download one of their samples, which are really good, by the way, and use it for our work to create the song, or we can do that, and we can sell it later if we mix it. And of course, there are more conditions to it. All right, so we covered, some ideas on how to be inspired. Then I talk about the licenses. So let's go to the funny part. How to browse, or where to browse for free music. I'm mentioning 4 websites here, but there are many more. Again, beware of the license of the music or the files you're downloading. This is really important. Those are those are my 4 favorite websites. So I will show you a few of them. The one that I use a lot, most of the time, it's called freesound.org. As you can see, there are enormous.
All of that.
It's okay. I think that was expected. That's the fun, right?
If you were here yesterday, but Seth had a lot of challenges getting his audio working.
That's fine. I mean, yeah, I'll say I posted the link to the recording into the chat in the matrix. So just take a moment and review it if you want. It's under Creative Commons 0 license, so you can do whatever you want with it. And if you have questions later on, let me know. For those who are watching online and they are not on Matrix, please find me somewhere if you want to have the video, and I will send it to you. So thank you very much, and good luck with the next presentation.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, folks. Schedule got a little wild today, but I think after this, we'll be back on track. For those watching in Element, there is a link to Bogo's recording if you want to catch up on that, and he is around to take your questions in the chat. So today we learned playing playing pre-recorded videos through the Jitsi is a bit tough and causes some issues. I tried to figure out how to stream a pre-recorded talk through the YouTube stream. It's a little circular, but it didn't seem like it was possible. So maybe we'll try to figure that out for next year, because I think folks do want to have pre-recorded sessions and the ability to do that. So that being said, we're on a 20-minute break. So we're
sounds
going
good.
to go get some coffee, get a snack, take our dogs out, that sort of thing. And we'll see you back here in a little bit. Hi.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, sorry. My Jitsi was just doing something weird.
Same. When I tried to stop sharing, and just like Firefox on my system, I guess.
Oh, weird.
I'm a Firefox user, but hi, Victory. Are you there with us? So far, we can't hear or see you. I'm not sure if.
There we are.
Oh, hi.
Hey.
How you doing today? Can you hear us? Victory? Do you think Jitsi is doing something funny again?
I don't think she can hear us.
Let's see if we send a chat here. Can you hear us? Maybe. There's a chance that we might have to kick Victory out of the room and then have them rejoin.
Okay.
But if they can't hear us, I don't want to kick them without them knowing what to do. So that's my one concern here. Let's try it.
Okay.
Hopefully they know what's up. There we go.
There we go.
Hi, Victory. Hi.
Hi.
Can you hear us?
Yes, clearly. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Awesome. So happy to have you here. I've been looking forward to this session since you first told me about what it was all about. So without further ado, let's get into it, I think. But do you want us to hold questions to the end?
What method do you think would be best?
Do you have slides?
Yes, I do.
Okay, then let's go through the slides first, and then Emma will pose the questions to you near the end.
Awesome.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, hi everyone. I need to make sure if the audio is good and we can all see my slides. Emma, would you be able to like give a reaction or something if my audio and my slide is clear?
Yeah, it's all clear on my side.
Yep,
Awesome.
same.
Okay. So hi everyone. My name is Victor Brown, and I am a design researcher in Nigerian, based in Nigeria. Today, I'll be talking about how designers are multi-faced contributors in the open source space. And to do that, I would have to talk about my open source journey and being a designer in open source. I recently had a conversation with someone, and we talked about my journey through tech and how I got started in technology as a software developer writing HTML and CSS. And because of where I am based, and at the time when I started writing code, it was the pandemic, and I did not have access to in-person or physical sessions where I would have access to mentors physically. And I'm kind of a physical learner, like someone who interacts more. I learn faster when I have to interact with people in person. And this was a challenge for me when I was writing code, because I expected that I needed to have people around me to guide me in that journey. And for some reason, I made my Twitter account and I started tweeting about open source because I had friends who were already contributing in that space as open source advocates and just open source contributors in general. And I was interested. I think what sold me into that space is I had an opportunity to practice as little as that HTML and CSS that I was writing at that point. I had the opportunity to practice it on live projects, and those live projects will end up giving me real life experiences that I could include in my resume and therefore like start applying for jobs. And it was really, I was sold on that particular idea, and I started my journey through open source. When I started writing tech, when I started contributing to open source and started writing code, as a contributor, I found out that there were certain things that I did not understand as a software developer. And I also noticed that there were certain things that were missing in the project that I was contributing to at that point. And this led me to find out more about why open source space was very developer centered, very technical centered. And as a designer, I wanted to give more. As a developer, I wanted to do more than just contribute as true code. So I decided that what can I do in open source to make my journey different? And then I found a project that was requesting user researchers for a project. And I've never done user research before, but that project, I could see that the timeline was over 6 months and nobody had picked that issue. And I was wondering why. And then I applied. I set out a comment on GitHub and I said I was interested in this project and I wanted to contribute, but I had no prior understanding to what research was. And luckily for me, the person who was maintaining that repository was happy enough to work me through the process. And she explained about how open source was very developer centered and they have been little to no design contributions on their project. And they were looking for designers who would contribute to open source. And I was sold as well on that topic. And then I started my open source journey. When I was talking about that story to the lady who was interviewing me, it was very funny because she said a lot of people go into open source as designers because they want to contribute through design to open source, but you are going in and then open source is making you a designer, and that's kind of a contradiction. And I was very excited to have been started with that contradiction. Now, as I have gone through this open source journey, my career in design have switched from being a UX researcher to being a software design documentation officer. Like I started writing software design documentation. I started advocating for open source and I started designing community related things. And this is what I want to talk about as being multi-faced in an open source environment as a designer. Now, on to the next slide, which is a designer's role in open source is limitless. And that is very true because I use myself as an example of what I have experienced contributing to open source over 3-4 years now. Like I said, my role as a designer has switched over time. I think I changed my mindset from designing being aesthetically pleasing products to just making things work and making sure that they have good experience for people who will be interacting with those products. So be it community, be it programs, be it a learning space, my first goal is to make sure that whoever comes in contact with that has a seamless experience and whatever product I am working on is usable and it works and is useful to whoever interacts with it. So one of the roles that a designer can assume in an open source space is they can bring in a creative and analytical reasoning to open source projects. Now, this is very true because if you interact with open source projects a lot of times, you would notice that there are certain things that work in the developer-centered view of it, but in the design-centered view of it, it does not work. You get to experience a lot of edge case. You get to experience a lot of gaps in the modeling and the design of that project. Now, this is where designers come in. Designers are in projects to help you build better projects that have good experience for the end users. So one of the ways that designers can help is to conduct research. Research can go on different ways. They can go on the users who are the people who are building this open source tool for. Because at the end of the day, you're building tools for people to be able to use, to modify, to interact with. And that's what the open source space is about. Although those projects may sometimes seem like they are not in use at that point because they have maybe few stars. Some people are not forking that repository, but there have been projects that have few stars but have active usability from an active user group. And how do you improve on those projects? It's through the help of designers identifying these gaps and telling the development team that these things exist, and for us to better our project and better it to the point of acquisition or for applying for funding, then we have to address certain challenges that we face in these projects. Another way that designers can help is that they enhance different aspects of a project. And when I think of open source projects, I think of it outside of just the software. I think of people, the people who are building these projects, the maintainers, the developers, the designers, the non-code contributors, as many people refer to them as, and also people who use this project at the end of the day. Some people use open source tools and don't even know about open source, but yet it doesn't mean that their challenges interacting with those tools do not exist. They exist. Some people's projects have grown to the point where they now have an active community around it. And how can designers help? Designers, when you start a project, sometimes you may not have like a bigger picture of where you want to. Some people start projects and not have a bigger picture of where they see these projects ending. Some people just want to build projects because they enjoy building it, but over time they find it very useful, and then people are adopting these projects, people are using it, people are beginning to show interest outside of just usage. I want to be like, oh, what can I pay for that can make, what feature are you releasing next? How can we modify this? How can we make it better? And the owner of that project gets very like lost because he or she did not plan, or they did not plan for a long-term goal. Now, designers, and this is one of the roles that I've acquired, is helping projects to visually see where they want to go in short term or in a long term. And this is what some people will call program management. But I've seen designers in open source take on that role as program managers, project managers, and help projects to design a long-term, short-term, medium-term goals for their project. They also help to design programs that help to continuously promote engagement in those projects. So programs can be events, they can be conferences, they can be workshops. I've seen designers work on these kind of things and enhance and help projects to scale. Other things that designers can do is help to design a brand identity for your project. Now, we have a lot of open source projects that people don't know about. And one time I gave a talk about open source marketing, product marketing, and it had to do with how design can help you market your project. And a lot of times people get stuck in a place because they are not able to visually see where they want to go to. And it's okay to not do that, because not everybody is a creative thinker. Some people are analytical, some people are very creative, some people are more visionary and have like visuals. If you provide them with information, they're able to break it down into smaller achievable goals. And that's okay. And that is why collaboration is important in open source. And this is why designers are also able to build themselves and attach themselves to projects and help projects scale, because they can help you visualize and break down all of those complicated actions that you as a project owner, you are not able to do at a point in time. And this is one of the roles that designers play in open source. There are so many of them. Designers bring the brand identity to the public. They design swags, design logos, and all of those things for projects that may not necessarily have the capacity to do those things in a short term, but if they have designers on the team, they're able to do that and scale. Now, how open source projects can indulge design contributions? As a member of the open source design team, one of the things that we started a year ago was to open source chapters. And since I'm from Nigeria, I've been particularly focused in bringing African designers into open source, because I believe that there is a role that our culture can play in open source and also in design, like bringing a whole different narrative into the space of design. So we started something called the open source design chapter, which I was leading at that point. And it scaled. We had workshops, we had people wanting to contribute to open source. People were learning how to use GitHub, because from our research, we found out that using GitHub was one of the challenges for designers. And it was one of the things that were limiting designers from contributing to open source, because a lot of these projects use GitHub as their primary means of documentation, primary means of communication, storage, and all of that. And designers needed to know things like Git, fork, repository, push, and all of that. And so we needed a way to educate. So our goal for the African design ecosystem and bringing them into open source was to go through the role of education, be educators, facilitators of open source, advocates of open source, and also help them to build their knowledge around open source software and open source technology. But after that, we found out that the gap increased. So now we had a bunch of Africans who wanted to contribute to open source as designers, but we were unable to find projects that were willing to accommodate these designers at that point in time. And when I mean accommodate, I don't mean just have them as community members, but also have them working on projects. Now, we can say design is not something that rapidly changes over time, as would a developer issue. Like, probably there's a bug to fix, someone opens an issue immediately, another person is working on it, and just in 3 hours or something, there's another update that needs to be done and the developer is working on it. Now, we don't see design issues in that way, but there are, like I said, there are other ways that designers can be attached to projects, and they can get the best of the value, offer value to the project, and the project offers them value in return. Because one of the things that I would say, I wouldn't want to use the word lack, but have limited access to, is real-time experiences. And that's what open source does to us. At the role that I currently am today, because I had the opportunity to contribute to open source as a designer, and outside of just changing interfaces, more or less being a researcher in the space, working on programs and working on different things. I started doing community management, designing community experiences, and also working towards the educational aspect of open source. And this is what designers can do. Now, projects can indulge design contributions by being intentional about design. Yes, we understand that you're growing projects, you may not have the bandwidth to manage a whole lot of designers, but 1 to 3 designers in your project, a call for designers, can help you reshape the direction in which you want to move your design or your project into. Designers can help you make a clear picture of where that project should go, help you to make sense of it. Some people, like I said earlier on, some people are developers and they're very analytical but not very creative. Some people are very technical but not also very analytical or creative. Designers can be all of them at once. I think from my experience, I've been able to adopt all of these skills in different projects that I have been working on. Another way that designers can help is to create design documentation on how designers can contribute. You visit a project and you see the README, you see things about the technical steering committee, you see things about how to contribute, you see different things about the governance of that project, but largely and rarely would you see projects having design documentation. A few projects have, and we are thankful for those projects that are intentional about creating that, but some projects do not have the bandwidth to do that. Not because they don't want to, but they don't know how to. And this is where projects can begin to reach out to people who are already in the space talking about open source design and talking about design in general, and reach out to them and say, we want to adopt designers into our project. We want to have a more design or more inclusive community where designers are contributing, non-technical people are contributing as well. And how can we do that? Now, these people who are more experienced in this can help them set up a documentation that can now attract designers into it. One of the projects that I first worked on when I started contributing to open source was the Indian Open Source Foundation. I found that on the open source design.net community, and they were just starting out. They had an idea of building a learning management system, an LMS, for the Indian community to learn open source as of that time. But they had some challenges in building the website, having design assets that reflected their brand identity. And I and a team of my friends, Isaac Zara, and a couple others, we worked for the branding of that project. If you visit their repository, you would see our pull request in the branding, in creating assets, icons, and all of those things that could be used for the website. It's one of the ways that we can contribute to open source as designers. We created a documentation and also created a style guide. Now, as many of us here know who are creatives, a style guide helps you, no matter the aspect of creativity you are coming from. Having a mood board, having a style guide helps you to have like consistency amongst all of the projects, and just help you to be consistent with your brand identity. So anyone who comes in contact with your brand or those style guide know that this is a reflection of the brand, this is a reflection of the project or the community that I am currently contributing to. Another way you can go about is having a design team. You don't necessarily need to have a large one. 2, 3, 4 people who are interested in design can make all the difference in your project. They can make all the difference by conducting testing, user testing with your project, with your software, and writing articles about that. Before I got my first break as a designer, I was writing design documentation and user experience research articles on LogRocket. And that's how I started writing a lot of these articles and just in general trying to create a visibility for myself. So have a design team, have 2, 3 people who are interested in the design of your project and onboard them. And the thing about it is designers are always, because of the creativity that is inside of them, they are naturally builders. So they would always have an idea of how to improve your projects. So this is how open source projects can indulge design contributions. Another way is the project owner or owners, board of directors have to consider that design is integral for user experience and project success. I would say user experience and project success meet at an intersection. For you to continuously work on a project, people need to find that project useful, usable, and just in general have a good experience. When I interact with product, I know a lot of times we hear this, we read articles and we see how user experience is very pivotal and very important in the success of a project or a tool or a software. And how can you do that? I've interacted with a couple of these developers that don't necessarily know how to go about user research, but they know how to build. I'm fortunate enough to be part of the coaches for Superbloom. Superbloom is a design agency. I don't know if anybody's familiar with that. And we have a coaching system where we coach projects on design-related issues. And this is one of the things that come up all the time. People have ideas and they want to build it, but they don't know how to go about conducting research on the people, their target audience, and the users of that particular software. And this is some of the things that designers can do for your project. Another way is aesthetics and functionality play a crucial role in attracting and retaining users. This is the same thing as conducting user research. When you conduct user research, you know your target audience, you know what appeals to them, and then you begin to build in that direction. It doesn't necessarily change the vision that you as a product owner had for your software, but it also gives you clarity and also adds some beautification to that product. Having a nice website that people can visit is also a plus for your project. Having a beautiful logo that tells people about your brand is also a very good aspect of what design can do in open source. And also, when you create teams and create documentation for onboarding design, also clearly define these roles and responsibility for design contributions. Let designers know what they need to do, what they are allowed to do, and also give them room to be flexible. People are creative. They can go about doing different things, and that creativity can sometimes lead to burnout. But if they have their roles and responsibilities clearly defined, the design team can manage themselves. Just have like a maintainer that supervises all of them. But most times, designers that work in team have clearly defined roles, and that leads to a large productivity scale. Another way you can do that is, I would skip established guidelines and documentation for design contributions, also a way to document design, and also prioritize tasks to prevent overwhelming contributors. So you can prioritize design tasks. Now, because designers' role is limited, designers can go about doing different things. But as a project, what is important to you at that particular time? And this brings us back to designers can help you visualize your short-term, long-term goals, help you to product manage, and just manage things in general and make it clear so that whoever is buying into your project can see. One of the ways that we do that is by communicating that project, either by creating data visuals or creating infographics that tell you about that. And most of my contributions in open source have been largely around describing and helping projects to make sense of what they want as a community and in terms of programs. Managing burnout from multitasking. This is something that a lot of creative people rather suffer in general, not just in open source space, but also contributing to their companies, working in offices and all of that. And we know that the large number of open source contributors are volunteers. Not all of them are being paid to contribute to this project. So a lot of them have time that they volunteer to open source projects. And some of them have to do that while balancing their day-to-day jobs. So how can we manage burnout, even as project owners, even as supervisors, as leads, as maintainers? How can we manage burnout from multitasking, especially in a small community or in a project that is just starting where you have to wear multiple hats? How can you manage burnout? One of that is assigning tasks way before the deadline. A lot of times, and this would be possible if you have a project roadmap of where you're expecting your project to go, and having micro and mini goals for each of those timelines, right? So if you know that you are supposed to do something, an event, a program, a community session, a workshop way before time, it will be advisable to plan that, assign deadlines to whoever is going to handle those things so they know, and communicate with members of your community, communicate with other creatives, right? And let them know what is expected of them at a particular time. And one of the ways you can do that is to assign tasks way before the deadline, because it allows them to be proactive, number one, and also work not with less pressure, and working with less pressure also increases their creativity and their productivity. Another way you can do that, this is especially for design, is to create a system for managing design tasks. There are a lot of open source tools that we use daily for program management, product management. You can have a board specifically for design tasks, and this can be handled by the design team. So you don't need to cloud the developer community or cloud other contributors, or force them to have to change their method of working, when you can just create something that talks or speaks to the design community at large. Offer clear priorities to avoid multitasking. This is something that I have, as someone who spends most of their time in volunteering before I got my full-time job. I was picking on so many tasks at once because I wanted to do so many things, because I had the time to do that. Now, currently, I have a full-time job and I am not able to manage things as much as I would have when I had those time. So what communities have, my communities that I contribute to, have been able to do, like I also contribute to the Sustain OSS community. And what we have been able to do is assign tasks and offer priorities. Okay, this is a high level priority. We need this tackled now, and we need it before this deadline, right? And we can track your progress on this software board, on this Canva board, or on this Trello board. All of these help us to work with little pressure, and helps us to prevent burnout in the long run. Another way we can do this is to invest in mentorship. This is something that I like to talk about a lot. And I'm grateful that when I started my journey, I had people who were interested in my growth and they offered help. It could be like a one-on-one session. It could be reaching out to communities that have newbies who are also in the project, and volunteer your time to mentor them. We have a lot of, I will speak from the African perspective because I am in Africa. We have the Open Source Community Festival Africa, which is a community that was created to host open source events, because we want to advocate for open source. We want to educate Africans on open source. We have the Chaos Project, Chaos African Project, which is a chapter of the Chaos Project, and it is focused on bringing Africans into the Chaos Project. Now you can volunteer your time for all of these sections, all of these chapters, and offer mentorship. Now, mentorship can range from being a product manager, being a designer, a community manager, and all around just educating people about open source. Another way you can do that is to also clearly define roles and responsibilities for the design team, because this can help to reduce multitasking and prevent burnout. Finally, how the larger community of creatives can support other creatives in open source. Most of what I'm saying here is just a summary of all I have said. So I'm just going to run through it, which is one, we have to encourage collaboration between developers and designers. And this can also be a challenge because of the tools that most developers are accustomed to, and designers having to learn those tools. So if there's a way that your project can be flexible to support creatives, and when I talk about creatives, I mean designers, because I'm a designer. One of the ways you can do that is to encourage collaboration. What tool works for both parties, or how can we find a balance between the tools that the developers use and the one that the designers use? I think now that we have some Figma integrations with GitHub, it has been seamless. Some people use GitHub discussions, which is less technical, and discussions about a product development cycle can go on that part of GitHub. Another way that they can do it is host more design or non-code related events. when I saw the Creative Summit, I was really ecstatic because there are a lot of events, or there are few events that are targeted at designers or creatives in open source. And sometimes we just need a space to talk and vent and maybe just exchange ideas to promote creativity and productivity. Another way is to invest in more mentorship. I'm so glad that currently Outreachy has begun to accept more design contributions. In initial stages, it wasn't so, but currently they are more open to design contributions, and we are hoping that more projects that are involved in mentorship can be more open to design mentorship, right? Design contributions, creative contributions. There are a lot of creativity. People are doing awesome stuff in open source, but some of them just need guidance to expand that creativity. And the way that we can get access to that is to invest in more mentorship. Another way you can do that is to advocate for the inclusion of design consideration in projects. How you can do that is to speak at conferences. Yes, there's a developer conference, right? But you can apply as a creative, as a designer, as a non-code contributor, and advocate and speak about the challenges that designers face or creatives face in general, and how projects can help to mend that, or to bridge that gap. Like I said earlier on, when we started the Open Source Community Africa, Open Source Design chapter in Africa, we thought it would be, the challenge was that open source designers or African designers did not know about open source. But when we were able to close that gap to a certain percentage, we found out also that it wasn't just the education. We needed projects to be accepting to these designers that we have educated. We needed projects to be more aware that designers are willing to do other things outside of, like, designers could do other things outside of just change our aesthetics. And finally, provide resources, platforms for sharing design knowledge. This is why the open source design .NET community is important, and also been important to my growth, is that I see a lot of posts about design, a lot of resources about how to get started in design, how designers can use GitHub, how designers can just collaborate with the larger open source community. And this has also shaped the direction that I have moved in my career. And I think that creating more resources, more platforms, even if it's just like creating an entire learning management system as an open source software that is targeted at designers and creatives, it is also a way that we can support creatives in open source. And in general, creativity just sparks a whole level of innovation, and having a broad range, a diverse pool of people, talents who are creatives from different demographics, women, Black women, Asians, it just brings a whole different view of design, and also shapes innovation in a different direction. This has been my story, and it has been very exciting for me, working on different projects as a designer, still keeping my design tag as a design researcher, but working on different aspects of projects, helping communities to shape the direction where they want their project to head to, helping projects create clear and actionable steps towards their second long-term goals, or their 3, 4, 5-year long-term goals. And yeah, that has been very exciting. And I just hope that this talk has also like created room for us to think as creatives on how we can help more creatives get onboarded, and also help projects manage this creativity that we have so far. So thank you. That's all I have for today.
Thank you so much, Victory. That was a really great talk. I'm just looking at the Q&A here. We have one at the moment. So it's, how can communities develop a better culture of mentorship, especially a culture of informal mentorship?
Okay, so one of the ways that my whole like learning journey has gone through is through informal mentorship, because I'm in Africa. A lot of people that I have interacted with are miles and miles across the sea and in other places. You have to be intentional about it. And if you're an individual, I would say you can either, it works both ways. You can either attach to a community and lead the mentorship direction of that community towards that target, or as an individual, create. I've seen so many people on LinkedIn, Twitter, create one-on-one sessions, calls that they have with people just to talk to them for an hour or two about the direction that they want to go. And this mentorship, like I said, can range from being like just talking about personal development. I know that I reached out to Mario at some point when I started working on my new contract, and I was so lost because I did not know the direction to go as a community manager not volunteering, but working on a real project with real people who are actively asking questions every day. And it was just a whole different scenario altogether. And I think that the intentionality of it is what matters. If you decide that you want to be a mentor and you have decided in a niche that you want to, some people can be generalists, which is okay. But if you want to specialize in something, you can do that. You can do that through the help of open source projects to get like a wider reach, because these open source projects have people who are already members of that community. Or if you have a wide audience, or you think that you'll be able to gain audience for yourself, then I would say you can go on a one-on-one basis and have these sessions online. If you have people who are around you within like 2 miles, 3 miles, you can have in-person mentorship sessions over a glass of water, over coffee, over croissants and whatever, and just have that conversation. It's very interesting to I think one of the ways that I say this a lot is, apart from just contributing to open source, right, as a designer, the way that I have grown is by giving back to the community. Where I learn from, I try to create resources around those things that I have learned and give it back to the African community by writing articles, by speaking at conferences, by hosting workshops related to open source design or design in general. And that has been the way that I have worked. And I hope that works for you as well.
Brilliant. And then someone else was just asking if you have a link to your slide deck that you used.
Sure. Do I drop in the chat, or would you want it later? I can drop it there right now.
Yeah, you can drop it into the chat, whichever is easier.
Okay.
A lot of love in the chat for you. A lot of people saying that they're going to go back and rewatch this talk again. So
thank you. This is like my first talk this year. I mean, last year I took a break because at some point I was getting burned out. So I took a break from speaking. I just focused on like personal development, and it paid off because towards the end of the year, I got my full-time job, and then I started working, and now I'm back, and I think more confident than ever to take on more roles in helping African designers contribute to open source. So if you're interested in doing that mentorship, we can also like schedule a call or something and just work towards that.
Awesome. I just wanted to mention that your talk caused a lot of discourse and conversation in our chat, and it was very active with people talking about all different things, from like social media to use of GitHub to like backlogs, and there was a lot going on in there. So thank you for, stirring up that conversation.
Yes, thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, we'll talk soon, hopefully.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Who's next?
I don't know.
All right. Well, I will jump off camera and I will hold questions for you until the end.
Yeah, that's perfect. I'm just trying to see now if I'm selecting the right screen. Oh yeah, I am. Cool. Okay, thanks, Marie. Okay, so we'll just swiftly move on to my talk here. So I'm just going to be talking about concept generation. So getting from generating concepts to final delivery. And just another introduction to myself in case you missed the start of the conference. So my name's Emma Kidney, and I'm an associate UX designer at Red Hat, and I'm very involved in the Fedora project, the Fedora design team, and the Creative Freedom Summit. You can find me on Matrix, and you can also find my blog. It's linked here. I forgot to pay for the domain, so that's why it's .wordpress.com. Move on. So just a brief overview of what I'm going to talk about today. So I'm going to take it from like the very start from, say, when a ticket comes in that you're interested in completing, to like the very end, handing over the final design. And I think it's important to kind of give an idea of what that kind of looks like, that process that everyone mightn't get to see, just to kind of not be as intimidating to newcomers, and this is just my process. I do this because I love structure. I love guides on things. I love, like, how do I get from A to B step by step? Like, I like that kind of stuff. So this might be a very niche, process, but we'll see. So an example I'm going to use is this ticket that came in on the Fedora design queue. It's quite an old one, but it was imported over from Fedora. We're now on GitLab. So I use this as an example. So what we want to do is just kind of take keywords out of this. So when you read the phenomenon here, you can see they're actually asking for two things. So today I'm just going to focus on the logo for the DEI team, just one aspect of it. So if that's the case, what I like to do is to just kind of simplify what the requester is asking for. So what we're going to do is simplify to we're looking for a standard logo for the DEI team. Why? Because they want one. Simple. Yeah, so when you get like a request like this, what I like to do is start out with a mind map. So this is actually the mind map I would have used for the DEI team logo. And I just have a quick kind of a how-to here on the side. So what I usually do is I open up a blank page on Krita with my drawing tablet. What you can do is, though, you can use a piece of paper. When I was in college, when I first started kind of doing this, we just used a big piece of paper, just an A2 piece of paper. And we'd write the keyword in the center. And from there, then we kind of go with what words do you associate with it. So DI team logo, you can go to diversity, go to equality, go to rights, go to protests. You know, just kind of have that kind of snake as to how you get to, you know, a specific word. And I think it's good to kind of write all those out because you kind of get words then associated with the original requests that you know you mightn't have thought of otherwise. What you can also do is you can kind of draw in little sketches, what imagery you might associate with it. And what I like to do is I like to just keep going until the page is full. This was kind of more spaced out than what I'd usually do. I usually just open an A4 page on Krita and just kind of, you know, go from there. I have an example here from one that I would have done for in college when I had more time to work on a concept. So you can see just writing everywhere, all your ideas just on the page. You know, just get them all out of your head onto the page. And it's I think it's a very useful exercise, and it kind of gets that creativity flowing. So from your mood board then, or from your mind map, you can move on to the mood board. So how do we do that? So what I like to do is go back to my mind map and pick out a few words that, you know, stick out to me or seem interesting. So I would have circled the few that I would have chosen here. And then what I do is I open up Inkscape or Krita, whichever you prefer, and open a new document. You can place the chosen words onto the page, whatever way you like. You know, if you prefer to use pen and paper, you know, write it on a piece of paper. It's no problem. And what you can do then is browse a picture sharing website. So I like to use Pinterest, Unsplash. I know there's a few other websites that you can use. I wouldn't advise Google Images just because they tend not to be that nice. Yeah, so what I like to do is I like to just kind of search the words to say, like, here I have home. So I'd search the word home in the likes of Pinterest or Unsplash, see what pictures come up, and kind of select ones that I like the look of, I like the colors of, or its shapes, things like that. If you're doing this physically, you know, you can get magazines, you can cut the pictures out of magazines, or you could even print them off and kind of make the little collage yourself physically. And yeah, so drop the pictures into the document then with the words and phrases. Yeah, so from here then I like to sketch over the page. When I do it digitally, I like to just kind of lower the transparency a bit, just so it's easy to write over. And I'm just kind of highlighting interesting colors and shapes that I pulled from these pictures. So say I really liked the kind of glow that was coming from the light of the window here. Also say the candles that are here as well. I like the kind of curve of this water droplet and the buildings behind this person walking, you know, leave the hands here, things like that. And with this, for the colors, since I was doing a Fedora project logo, and we have a set color scheme, so I didn't really have to delve into the colors too much because I already kind of had a set color palette.
Probably take a minute to show up.
Yeah. Okay, I think it's up now.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Sorry for the delay. Don't know, or the mishap there. Don't know what happened. But we're back. So where am I? Sorry, I just have to orientate myself again. Okay. So yeah, so I'll just start this slide again. So how to pull concepts. So start with a blank page, or a document, whichever application you want to use. This is Krita. Draw 3 or 4 boxes on each page, and then you're going to put an idea in each of these rectangles. So we're going to use colors and shapes from the mood board, and you just have to take your time and trust yourself with these. I know sometimes it can be a bit difficult to pull, visualize some of the concepts you want to pull from these images, but yeah, just try your best, and this is what I would have came up with. You can see they kind of look a bit funky, and that's okay. These aren't the final images. These are just sketches. Yeah, so you can see I did a house, I did a lovely sun, I did someone walking with lights behind them, and then I have one with just like the Fedora logo mark. And so these are just drawings of my 4 concepts. And then once I have these, then I'm going to request feedback on the ticket. So, just put my comment on the ticket. If you're contacting, your client via email, you can email them. And before I do this though, I just like to clean up the document a bit, maybe add, names to each one, or you can number them. And then once, you get in contact, you just have to wait and just wait for their response. And sometimes it can take a while, and that's okay. Yeah, so they hate it, jokes, but they don't like the concepts that you came up with. And I wasn't going to include it on this, and this was actually originally a blog post I did a few months ago. I wasn't going to include that on there either, but I said it's good to kind of, sometimes the client just doesn't like what you're after doing, and that's okay. So don't panic. Yeah, sometimes they might not like the ideas, or they might want to go in another direction, and that's okay. If that happens, just go back and repeat the previous steps. So here's an updated mood board. What happened was, in this case, on the ticket, the requester just added links to 2 images, and they kind of wanted the vibe of like kind of all walks of life, all different types of people coming together. And the images they chose then had these hands in them, kind of interconnected there. So that's just my updated mood board. And then I have my updated concepts then as well that I would have pulled from that. So a lot of kind of hands going on here, just kind of going from the requester's images. So we have a heart with hugging hands. I added hands to my original kind of sun glowy idea. And then for a fun one, I just did silhouettes of the Fedora mascots in a group hug. Yeah, I just thought that was cute. So I put these on the ticket, and the stakeholder ended up liking the second one here. So we're going to refine that then. So how do we refine it? So you can create a more clean drawing of your sketch. And then what you can do is you can bring that into Inkscape to vectorize it. And we do this just to make it look cleaner, but it also makes it easier then to scale it up and scale it down. And what we can do is, once we have it vectorized, we can play around with the vector and come up with a few different variations. So I know what I wanted to do is I kind of wanted to get that glow in, but I didn't want to use a gradient because gradients sometimes don't work well in vectors. So I kind of went with this kind of fading effect. Yeah, so these are just the 4 different kind of variations I came up with. So we can arrange each version and add a plain white rectangle behind it. This is just what I do on Inkscape. There's probably a setting I can do that, bypasses this step, but I don't know what it is. So I just add a plain white rectangle behind it. I usually do these all on like A4 size documents, by the way. I align them so they're all evenly spaced out and look nice. And then I label these as well, just because it helps with feedback. And then I export this as a PNG, just kind of these 4 together as a PNG. At the moment, we won't send things in SVG until the end. And then we have the final tweaks and handover. So when you finally settle on a design and you made all the all the tweaks that you've needed to make that the client wanted to, they're ready to, I guess, zip up and send off. So we have versions of the logo in full as well as the logo mark. So I know in Fedora, this is just kind of the layout we use for team logos. So we have the logo mark here and then the name. So this would just be the full logo. And then we have the logo mark, which is like kind of like an icon version of it. Label or name your files accurately. So just make sure, that they're labeled what they actually are. I know for the likes of this, I like to label it, say like Fedora DEI team, horizontal logo. And this would be like Fedora DEI team logo mark, just so when you're sending them to the requester that they know exactly what each thing is before they click to open it. I like to save them in both PNG and SVG format. And then I like to upload the final assets, usually in a zipped up folder. You don't have to do this, it's whatever you prefer. Some people just upload the file to the ticket, or if you're sending it over email, it's probably best if you send a zipped folder. And then if it's on like an open source project that have repositories, you can upload it to the relevant repo then as well. Because I know in the Fedora design team on GitLab, we have a folder specifically for community team logos. So just make sure that you upload them to the relevant folders, just so in the future, if anyone's looking for it, it's easier to kind of go through the repo that way instead of going and searching for the ticket. I'm trying to find everything on the ticket. And that's it. I probably went through that a lot faster than I did in my practice sessions that I did with myself. But oh, and here's where to find me as well. Have my matrix, the original blog post, my email, on my website. I have the repo. Sorry, I'm talking all over the place. I have. Let me just center myself. I've uploaded the presentation to GitLab if you would like to see that. So I'll just drop that in the chat then as well. Okay. Thanks.
Thanks, Emma. People in the chat were like, I love this, talking about the logo. And I personally was like, I need an full illustration of the group hug.
Oh, yeah.
Because I think that would be really cute. And there's 2 questions. So maybe you already mentioned, but what piece or pieces of software are you using for this process?
So for the start, when I'm doing like the mind mapping and things like that, I like to use Creta and like a draw on tablet. For that one specifically, I have the Wacom tablet, but now I have a different one. I have the built-in one on the screen, so it's a lot easier. Just because it's a lot more like, it's a better flow when you're kind of like writing things down by hand rather than typing them out that way. And then for the mood board, then I usually do the mood board in Inkscape, and then when I want to sketch back over, I bring it back over to Creta, and then when I go to vector it, I bring it back over to Inkscape. So it's Creta and Inkscape. They're the 2 that I use.
Very cool.
Yeah.
All right. The second question here is, what logo design or project are you most proud of? And that uses this process specifically, but can you share that with us?
Okay. I'm trying to think now. There's been a few different things that I've done for the Fedora design team. I know like a lot of my
Hi. 1 sec. We're just wrapping this one up.
I suppose I chose this one just because it was like a clear kind of start to finish. Like I started this ticket with the intention of, documenting it just kind of for future use. I don't actually get to do a lot of like logos and things. There's some internal logos that I've worked on that I can't share, but I'm proud of. So I wish I could share them. I have some cute ones, but I think this is a good example of. I know I'm not really answering the question, but it's just because I can't think of a specific one that I'm able to share.
Totally cool. The DEI logo is awesome. So I think that's a perfectly great response for that question. And I'll just put that in there.
And also, like, I suppose I done some work on the Fedora website revamp at the time. And I know they weren't specifically logos, but it was for the hero image at the top of the webpage. For each edition, we had different images there. And I would have used this process to kind of try and come up with, different visuals to put up at the top. So if you go over to the Fedora website, you can see some of those in action.
You should link them in the chat so that I'm
Okay.
not sending the wrong ones.
Okay.
But awesome. Thank you so much, Emma.
No problem. I hope it was useful to someone out there.
It definitely was and is. All right. As we are preparing for our next session, I'd like to welcome Kamathi. Are you with us? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. I'm sorry. I didn't
No,
realize
it's totally okay. No, like we had to restart the Jitsi, and then like in the midst of all that, I forgot to enable the lobby again. So that was on me. But welcome. So glad to have you here. And I think we can probably jump right into it. There might be some questions that come in. Do you want us to hold those to the end?
Yeah, that would be great. Questions at the end would be great.
Absolutely. All right. Well, good luck.
Okay, I can share my screen, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you confirm that you can see it okay?
Yes, we can see.
Okay. All right. Hello and welcome to my talk about Code of Conduct for Open Source Communities. The goal of this talk is to provide step-by-step guidance to anyone planning to implement Code of Conduct for an open source project or community. First, a little bit about me. My name is Gomathi Anandan. I'm a software engineering manager at Red Hat and also a DEI ambassador for my group. I'm passionate about collaborative problem solving and also about being a mom. I love to travel, take long walks, cook, and binge watch TVs. I know that yesterday people were talking about cat lover. I love cats, but I love dogs more, so I'm a dog lover here. Let's go with the agenda. So we're going to cover what a code of conduct is and why do open source projects and communities need one. We'll walk step by step about the 8-step rollout process and wrap up with best practices and recommendations. And then we'll open up for questions. What is a code of conduct? A code of conduct is a set of guidelines that states the norms and expected behaviors of members of a community. In recent years, thousands of open source projects and communities and even websites have adopted codes of conduct. Why? What are the benefits of having one? It's likely to create a positive and inclusive environment, enhances the reputation of your community, improves the psychological safety of members, empowers maintainers to address conflicts and unproductive behavior proactively. It might be far simpler and lower cost to proactively adopt a code of conduct rather than trying to establish one after a need is discovered. Over the last 9 months, my team at Red Hat has spearheaded rolling out codes of conduct in several projects we contribute. This experience has helped me identify simple steps we used repeatedly during the process. So we're going to go over the steps one by one. The first step, assess the current state of your project or community. So you need to understand what you have available. If you already have a code, or if you're deriving a code from a larger project or a community. And then establish a group of stakeholders who can assess the needs of your community. Assess if your current code satisfies the needs of your community. The second step is to review existing resources and examples. A good place to start, and a lot of people that I know of start with the Contributors Covenant, license CC by 4. Several open source communities use this as the starting point, as I mentioned before. There are also several projects, Fedora included, that offer and have great sources in terms of policies, documentation, and the way they've handled past incident. And you can find that information in their transparency reports. The other projects which are good examples are the Django project, Drupal, LLVM. All of those have really good policies and codes in place. Step 3, you will identify the needs and challenges of your project. After reviewing the resources and examples, discuss the best fit for your community, the level of depth of processes that you need, training for your committee members, and how you'll address community adoption if that's going to be a challenge. Once you have all those information, you move on to step 4, which is to draft the code of conduct, policies, and supporting documentation. Apart from the actual code itself, your policy should have the information about the Code of Conduct Committee. It identifies the committee members, provides information about how to contact them, outlines their responsibilities, provides guidelines for onboarding and offboarding committee members, outlines their responsibilities, and potentially provide the required minimum term, as mentioned before. You should also have a reporting guide, which provides instructions on how to report an incident, identify next steps after an incident is reported, and details of the confidentiality policies. The response guide establishes how the committee will respond to the reports, details potential resolutions, and policies to handle conflicts of interest. It's always a good idea to have frequently asked questions, which calls out common questions your community may have about the code of conduct and policies, and proactively answer them. One of the important documents is the transparency report. It's published by the Code of Conduct Committee, and it publishes updates on open, ongoing, and resolved incidents handled by the committee periodically. Your Code of Conduct policy should define how frequently the committee will publish these transparency reports. Moving on to step 5, socialize the proposal to roll out Code of Conduct and garner support from your community. Some community members, or community as a whole, depending on how the temperament of your community, may have reservations about having an explicit code of conduct. Socialize the idea about establishing a code of conduct by discussing it in a conference where there's a large community presence, or you can even propose it on the mailing list. If your community needs sign-off for a new process rollout from a governing body, like say a steering committee, share your proposal and your draft policy with the governing body. Seek feedback and address any questions or concerns they might raise. Also share the draft code of conduct and policy documents for review with key stakeholders. You could even, plan to share this with your community itself. Some of our projects had published this in draft mode in the community website, and that has spawned a lot of discussions, good discussions, and some concerns were raised based on the draft policy documents, and we were able to include some feedback based on those discussions. So that's something you might think of if you are able to do that. Define specific review periods. One, if you're sharing that policy document with the governing body or with the community itself, and also identify what specific next steps would be at the end of the review period. Make sure to incorporate any relevant feedback that you receive from the community with your code of conduct, supporting documentations, or other policies. We move on to step 6, which is, in my opinion, the hardest step in my experience. Recruit code of conduct committee members. Reach out to diverse members of your community and beyond to serve on your committee. Explain the minimum commitment term to serve, because some folks have reservations. They do not want to have a long-term commitment to serve on a committee because of ability to provide enough time to the responsibilities. So if you are able to define a commitment term, most folks are more open to the idea. Define onboarding and offboarding processes for the committee members. Some communities need approval from the leadership team. There are community stewards in some communities. Steering committee can be another governing body that needs to accept individuals to serve on the committee itself. If your community or project has specific restrictions like that, make sure that you are sharing that information about potential committee members with the leadership team and get their approval. Delegate further recruiting to accepted committee members. So sharing the load and sharing the hard work that needs to happen to form a good committee. And step 7 is to formally adopt the code of conduct and make an announcement. After the review period, publish the code of conduct, supporting documents, and any policies to your community webpage. If you already published it to your community webpage in the draft status, remove the draft status. Make an announcement on our mailing list on the official adoption of the code of conduct and related policies. Step 8, and the final step, and this is an ongoing step. Meet regularly to maintain the code of conduct. This is primarily the code of conduct committee members, but sometimes it could involve the leadership of the community itself in order to review progress on incident reports and incorporate feedback from the community or stakeholders about the policy or the code itself, and publish transparency reports. Ideally, the committee should meet at least once a quarter, but if the committee is actively working on open instance, they should meet more frequently. All right, so now you have followed through the 8 steps. Hopefully you have a code of conduct and policies published on your community. What are the best practices and recommendation? And these are essentially stuff that we learned through the process of establishing code of conduct over the last few months for our projects. First, ensure that you are providing required attribution while referencing or deriving information from other codes or other project policy documents. Establish clear confidentiality and conflicts of interest terms to gain trust and acceptance of the code. Keep it simple. You don't have to have everything included in order to initiate the process. You can always iterate and update your code and policies based on the feedback you get from the community. Training is highly recommended for committee members. If possible, choose a vendor with an open source specialized background, and hopefully they have experience with codes of conduct and enforcement as well. The Code of Conduct Committee should have at least 4 members, ideally 6, so that you have members, enough members to handle incidents in case some of them are unable to perform their responsibilities due to conflicts of interest or other reasons. Continue recruiting Code of Conduct Committee members and seek out for volunteers as part of the feedback collection process. Encourage participation and volunteering from the community leaders, and maybe also encourage them to potentially be part of the committee. Make sure that the workload is shared equally among all the committee members. If it suits the needs of your committee, you can even choose a committee chair who can direct the committee and rotate that responsibility as you see fit. Provide access to legal team if possible. There are situations that could happen which might require guidance from a legal team, and if you already define a process to maybe access a legal team or potential opportunities to access a legal team, it would simplify as well as expedite the incident handling process. There are plenty of resources available online. I've included some key resources in a following slide at the end. You can refer to those, and feel free to reach out to me. I will add my information as well. But it is a process. It is a learning process, establishing codes of conduct in open source communities. But I think it's an important thing to do to make sure your community is inclusive and psychologically safe to all members in your community. Thank you for the opportunity for letting me share my learnings, and we can open it up for questions now.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks so much. We have one question there. What are some ways that you manage resistance to the implementation of a code of conduct?
Some of the ways that we handle this, and one of the projects we had really heavy pushbacks on. I wouldn't name the project, but one of the ways we handled this was to do a talk in a conference where there's significant amount of community presence. The conference helped us provide a forum for folks to raise questions and address for us to address their concerns in person. It was an in-person conference. I know at this at this point in time there are virtual conferences as well, but providing the forum for folks to be able to raise their concerns and see different viewpoints, not just from the member who's proposing the code of conduct or wanting to establish the code of conduct, but from other community members as well, really helped us work through the pushbacks, and in some cases we were able to address some concerns. Some of the pushbacks were about changing the terms of or the verbiage in the conduct in the code itself, and such small things, and hearing those concerns with good intent, assuming good intent from the people who are raising those concerns, has helped us get through some of those pushbacks.
And another one just came in there. How would you recommend vetting members into the Code of Conduct Committee, e.g., what is the criteria or process?
You should have a diverse set of people on the committee, because that helps that helps and encourages folks to ensure that it will be handled. Any incident that's raised should be handled with fairness. The criteria will depend on what your community specifically looks for, what the values are for your community are. But in general, the criteria is to make sure that the committee is diverse. It's not have folks from different levels of experience, have people from underrepresented groups on the committee. So you have, when you're handling incidents, you are able to bring a variety of perspectives, so you have a fair resolution.
Yeah, and any thoughts about dealing with incidents that are happening on social media?
So this is this is a hot topic, especially recently, with a lot of communities and projects who have codes in place that they update the codes to reflect that not only your behavior within the community or the project impacts has an implication, but your behavior outside of the community and outside of the immediate project itself also has an implication. So it's not with the social media presence. You're probably not going to, your committee members may not have the opportunity to look at everyone's behavior, but there is, by having those specific terms defined, right, by not restricting the behavior, accepted behavior rather, just for in the community itself, but also making sure that you have some verbiage to include in your code itself that includes to state that unacceptable behavior outside of the community will also impact, will also be addressed by the Code of Conduct Committee and the community as a whole as well. Will establish, general good behavior, acceptable behavior, if you will, from the members of the community. And it also makes it much more safer as well.
Nice. Thank you so much. Let me just see. Yeah, that's all the questions we have at the minute.
There's one more, a follow-up question to that. There's a...
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that there. Many folks would argue that what they do outside the project shouldn't matter to the project. How would you deal with that response?
We actually had this situation in one of our projects recently, and the guidance and the norms are the norms, irrespective of where the unacceptable behavior happens. You are being part of the community, you are representing the community itself. So the expectation for members is unacceptable behavior, whether it's within the community or outside, should have an implication on the community and the work that's provided by the community itself. So it is essentially how your actions are perceived, irrespective of whether in the community or outside. So the norms are established, and the implications are defined. Because we are providing that information, a community member is able to understand what the implications would be. So having an open conversation with the person pushing back or raising those concerns, and explaining how this could potentially impact other members, maintaining focus on the impact of their action, even outside the community, should be the key focus while addressing those concerns.
That's great. Thank you so much. Very interesting talk. Oh, sorry, Marie.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I am on a code of conduct committee. I developed the new code of conduct for the Fedora project, the newest one that they have. And I've also done code of conduct consulting. So this topic is very interesting to me, and I was the one who added most of the questions to the chat. Because, these are topics that I've struggled with working on codes of conduct myself. They're really difficult to navigate, and I think your answers were really great. So thank you for sharing your perspective, and this specific topic is very close to my heart.
It is to me as well. So thank you, Marie. I know I've reached out to you in the past when I needed some help, when I was really handling a tough situation, being on a committee myself. And it has become a topic that I'm very passionate about, making sure that it is the place where we work it could be virtual, it could be open source projects, upstream, online, is safe and welcoming to everyone. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to do this talk.
Yes, thanks for joining.
All right. Thank you.
I think we're about to head into a break. Correct, Emma?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And next on the list, on the schedule here is 3D fun with Python and Blender. And I'm going to be your official host for the afternoon. So take a break, get some food, get some coffee, stretch your legs, and we'll be back in a little under 40 minutes.
Okay, thanks, everyone.
Eric.
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. Am I supposed to see you too or no?
No, I
Okay.
don't. I I have an eye infection, so I'm
Oh
not
no.
right eye, so it's a little blurry. But no,
I'm
I've
sorry
been.
to hear that.
That's okay. I've been sick for the past couple weeks, and I guess the infection migrated.
Uh,
But it'll
I
be
know
okay.
the
Checking
feeling.
the screen. Sorry, what did you say?
Oh, I said I know the feeling.
Yeah, I'm still recovering, so hopefully I don't sound too awful. I'm like taking a cough drop, and hopefully I get through this okay. But how are you guys? I haven't unfortunately been able to make it to the other things just because of work and school and time zones. It's like 9:30 in the morning here.
Yeah, the event is going great. We're live right now. You probably heard that as you came
Yes.
into the room. Just wanted to make sure you knew. So yeah, it's going awesome. We had a lot of great conversation today about the sessions that were going on, and we have like a whole afternoon of more sessions lined up. Um, I'm going to apologize in advance because I've been doing this for like 2 days straight. If I'm
Uh-huh.
like stumbling over words, it's
Oh
because
no,
I'm
it's okay.
a
I'll
little
be
crispy.
stumbling over words as well, I'm sure. I'll
But
need to
this
catch up
talk,
on the videos.
yeah, this
Oh,
talk
sorry.
is especially exciting to me because I recently started working at the Python Software Foundation.
Oh,
So,
awesome. Awesome.
yeah, so when I saw that there was a Python talk in the CFP, I was just like ecstatic. So really looking forward to the talk. And since we're so close to the time, I'd say
Mhm.
we could just jump right into it.
Okay. And is my
Every,
screen, you can see the, I'm sharing Blender? Okay.
yep, I can
And
see
then
your
I
screen.
think later on, I'll be showing a couple of short videos. There's no sound in the videos, but I see here in Jitsi that there's a way to share video, which is good. And then I'll be switching, let me see, from, oh, it just stopped screen sharing, I think, because later, okay, good. So I can switch to another application later toward the end. In the meantime, I'll share that. Okay.
Okay, yeah, good luck with that. We've had mixed success with sharing videos, but the
Oh,
fact that there's no audio gives me more hope for
more,
it.
more hope that it might work out okay. And then I
Yes.
actually have some links that I wanted to share with people later on, but I'm wondering if that is something that I then will post in the element chat, or if that's something that can be added to the video description as well later when it gets
Both. We
posted.
can do both.
Okay, perfect.
And at some point, we're going to be editing the videos and adding them, and we'll reach out to speakers and, basically say like, hey, does this look right to you? Can you send us any edits? So
Oh, good.
if we miss
Okay,
anything, there will be a chance for you to give us some more information.
perfect.
And right before you start, just want to ask, would you like me to jump in with questions as they come in or hold
Um,
them till the end?
I guess we can see how it goes. Like I do have sort of an outline of things I want to cover. Like I said, like a video at the beginning, some things I want to cover in Blender, some examples. Um, if anyone does have any like pressing questions, I can try to answer them in the moment. Or I was actually going to ask you if toward the end, I'm gonna, like said, I have Blender to show, and then I do want to show another application toward the end, but you said if we have like 5 to 10 minutes like set aside, if we do it at the end, but 10 minutes for questions?
Yeah, I
Ish?
mean,
Yeah.
if there's like a ton of questions
Uh-huh.
coming in, I can jump in a little earlier and just be like, hey, we have some questions piling up, but
Okay.
I don't
I
want to
mean, I
like,
can answer, but we'll see.
I don't want to detract from like the arc of the presentation, you know what I
You're
mean?
giving it too much credit, but I like the sound of the arc of the presentation. After being sick for 2 weeks, I'm amazed I'm like awake.
Thank you so much for being here, even though you're sick.
Oh
We
no,
really
it's okay.
appreciate
I'm
it.
recovering. It was like I was in antibiotics for like strep pneumonia, and my mom had that plus something else, and I might have gotten that. I don't know. It's been an
That's
interesting.
intense. That is
It is. Oh,
intense.
I love your setup by the way behind you.
Thank you.
The rainbow flag, the fedora on the shelf. Like it looks beautiful.
Thank you so much. All right. Without
Okay.
further ado, I'm going to go off camera here and listen in, and good luck.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Hello everyone. I of course cannot see you, but I'm in the Element chat. Oh, let me pause the video. I was hearing it on the widget in the Element chat as well. I don't need to hear myself through this. But anyway, welcome to my talk, which I believe I called 3D Fun with Python and Blender. My name is Eric Mondrian, and I am what am I? A writer, a visual artist, musician, lots of different things. I did my MFA at CalArts, actually, in the California Institute of the Arts a few years ago in voice arts and creative writing, and then a tech-focused concentration called integrated media. I'm currently a MS student, potentially toward the PhD later on, we'll see, at UC Santa Barbara in something called Media Arts and Technology. I'm a longtime explorer of virtual worlds, a longtime geek, Linux geek. Around Linux is my main operating system. I love tinkering with different things, and within the past year, I would say, kind of off and on with some breaks in between, I have been using Blender a lot more. And specifically, I've been using Blender for making terrain models, actually 3D topographic models of regions or collections of regions in the virtual world of Second Life. Which I've been actually part of. If anyone remembers Second Life, it is still around, and I'll show a little thing about that toward the end. But I have been in Second Life for, I'm dating myself, almost 19 years, 19 years this March, and the platform itself has been officially public and released for almost 21 years. This year actually will be its 21st birthday. So as part of my interest in that world, I wanted to see the world in a different way than maybe is possible within the platform itself, just because of things like draw distance and rendering issues. So when you are in the world, if any of you have tried Second Life, you can see the region you're in, maybe some regions around you, depending on what your draw distance is set to. But beyond that, the software is limited to showing you, the region and maybe some neighboring regions around. You can move your camera around, your avatar around, of course. But with these terrain models that I will show, I wanted to basically create these topographic models in Blender, make videos of them, even import them back into Second Life as mesh that can be seen in world, to see, again, in miniature and just the terrain itself, to see the world or parts of it, some of the continents. So what I'll actually do, just to start off the talk, is if this will actually work, Jitsi says that I can share a video with you all through this, so we will see if this actually works. It's just a short video without sound, but it is one of the largest terrain model videos that I have done so far. I made this actually last June or July, I think. And it is a model of Heterostra, which is one of the mainland continents. I won't go into too much detail about like SL itself, but this is a collection of 433 regions in Second Life. So I'll just show this, and this is, like I said, a sort of a result of my dabbling in Blender, Python. Just to give a brief rundown, it's basically a process where within Second Life, there is a function within the built-in scripting language, that is, where you can actually get the ground height at any particular point in the region. So what I did is I ran a Python script that would communicate with this script in Second Life via HTTP, get the ground height for an entire region, save it as text files, which I'll show you the format of a little bit later, just to show you how I've done this. And then after that, when I have that data, I use Python within Blender to recreate or generate those terrain models. So I will show you a quick video. It's like 40 seconds of, let's see if this works.
Are you there, Eric? We might have lost you. The video seemed to work fine.
Hello.
Oh, you're back. Okay, cool. Are you meant to be on mute right now? Because the video dropped.
Oh, can you hear me now? Sorry.
Yes,
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, I think it may have muted me when I shared the video, but you can hear me okay now.
correct.
Okay, good. Okay. I am back then, sorry. But yeah, so that was, assuming everything's okay, I'll continue then with the presentation. That was a video, like I said, of 433 regions that comprise a so-called mainland continent in Second Life. So without further ado, I will go into Blender and show you just a little bit of the basics here. And then I will show another thing toward the end. Can everyone see my Blender screen?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So Blender is an incredibly powerful piece of software, as I'm sure many of you know. And I will just preface this by saying I'm not an expert by any means in either Python or Blender. What I've learned with Blender's Python API and Blender itself, of course, is a lot of experimentation, a lot of tinkering around, wanting to do different things with it. And like I said, for these terrain models, wanting to do that as a project. So, you know, it's kind of, I think, cemented my belief in the fact that project-based learning, really of any kind, is one of the best ways to learn. So, you know, never think that you have to learn everything at once, especially with Blender. I think that is one of the worst things one could do, and jump into it and think, oh my God, I need to learn all of this. And I've tended to be that way, where I think, oh, I need to learn everything there is to know about something, you know, before I really do anything with it. I'm a perfectionist, but really all it takes is just, you know, this, as it were, like the basic Blender intro screen, having some little thing to do or that you want to try, maybe some kind of small project, and just, you know, taking it step by step, looking at Stack Exchange, Stack Overflow, you know, reaching out to people for help. There's so many different resources, there's documentation. There's a learning curve, obviously, but again, you know, my goal for this today is not necessarily to show you everything that can be done with Blender and Python, or how, because that would be impossible, but just to give you a small idea of how it kind of works, what you can do with Blender Python, what I've done with it, and then, like I said in the talk description, to sort of just make you willing to experiment. There's very few things that you can break. You can't really, you know, if anything ever goes wrong, you know, you just go up here to File or use the shortcut Control N, and you know, just sort of create a new scene. Like I said, there's very few things that can go wrong with Blender that are permanent. So if you play around with the scripting, you know, and something goes wrong, just start a new blend file. So what I'll start off with here is actually, I feel kind of bad because everyone always starts at Blender and then deletes the default cube. But we will go back to this cube in a little bit. So I'm just going to select all, and I will share my keys if that helps. All, and then X, and then just delete those. So what we're actually going to do, this is the basic layout screen, but what we're going to do first is we're going to add, with Shift A, go down to text and add some text. And this is just sort of a basic example that we'll start off with. And so you can see here, great, it's a little bit of text, it's flat. You can hit Tab to go into edit mode, and let's say change that from text to test, and then Tab to go back to object mode. And that's great, of course. I mean, that's, you know, super interesting. But the thing is, maybe you have some text somewhere else, you know, in some sort of file. Maybe you want to create a bunch of these text objects, and you don't want to have to go hit tab and do whatever it is here with edit mode and change it the whole time. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over at the top here on the sort of default setup with Blender. And if you don't have the scripting tab at the top, you can just hit add workspace, and then you're going to go into general and then scripting. Just to make sure that you have, but I have that already, of course, here. So you can just hit scripting. And then what you're presented with, this is sort of, where a lot of things happen. You have this sort of broken into different windows. So you have, the basic sort of layout thing over here. We'll zoom in a little bit with the home key, and I'll actually set up screencast so you can see that here instead. Oops. Apparently Blender doesn't want to show screencast keys on both the layout and the scripting window at the same time. But you can see here we have the text object. Below here we have the Blender Python console where you can write things in interactively. Info mode that shows sort of certain things about what is going on. Over here there's nothing open on the right side, the main part of the window here, or the Blender window, but that is the text editor. And that is also a way to actually edit regular text files of any kind, and also to run and write Python scripts that you can have written elsewhere or that you can write in the text editor. It is not the best text editor. I prefer actually Emacs. Your mileage may vary, but if you have a text editor that you prefer, sometimes it can actually be helpful. Like I'll just open something here. You can go open and you can see that it has it's a basic text editor, but there are certain features that you may miss in your sort of text editor of choice. So it is always possible, of course, to just use a different text editor and then just open it here when you want to run it. And of course, I'll show you a little bit later, there's some command line options for Blender where you can run scripts from the command line. But we'll close that for now, and we'll just say that I wanted to change this text to something else. Now, one of the things with Blender and Python specifically is that it's not just running Python or getting to know sort of how to use Python with Blender. It's also, and I think this is probably the biggest part of the learning curve, is getting used to Blender's internal data structures. Blender is, the data in Blender in a blend file is a series of data blocks that usually have some kind of hierarchical relationship or dependency relationship. And so you're going to have data in different formats and different ways. But for the text object, what we're going to go down here, and I'll zoom in a little bit if that helps, bpy.data, data. And that's sort of where you start for a lot of these objects. So if we punch in data and then objects, you see you just hit tab and it'll autocomplete. And then if I autocomplete again, you see it gives me the text key. So it's the objects is sort of this list container of different objects. Right now, as you can see up here in the outliner, we just have the one. So this object right here also has, and these lines can get a little long, but that's part of getting used to it. If you do another dot, then you see, and hit tab, you'll see here in the left side in the console a bunch of different things that you can either access or change in some way that are associated with this text object. And what we're actually going to do, there's something called body, and so we're actually going to hit B. Oh, whoops. I just realized that I have, that is also something that can happen, is changing the text body can sometimes be a little bit, let me just see here, bpy.objects text. Okay, one moment, because this is one of the other things that can happen, is that you can actually run into issues where you thought there was something in the it's a different sort of hierarchy. Let me just quickly look here for, I have this written down. Let me see. Okay, so we'll go back. It's actually a different thing. So this is within the context of the scene. And then we have objects, text, and this should give me body. That's somewhat problematic. I'm actually going to just recreate this and see, because this was working yesterday. And of course this would be happening now, but I will see this and then see. Aha, okay. I don't actually know if this. There we go. Okay, so I was missing that. It is, I thought I had typed that in before, but apparently not. So apologies for that little mix-up. Yeah, the curse of the live demo, exactly. No, so what you can see here is, as I mentioned, this gets a little bit long, but if you see here, it's bpy.data.objects, and then you have this text object .data again, and then .body, and then if you just hit enter, you'll see that's text. And then you can hit the up arrow, and let's change that to, this is only a test. Enter. And voila, you've actually changed. Again, it's a very simplistic test, but you've changed the text through Python. We didn't have to go into edit mode and write this text out. We just did that through the Blender console here. And again, that, if you can kind of see here, it's fairly simple. We didn't do anything earth-shattering, but if you just consider that, like for design, for wanting text to appear on screen, do 3D text objects, this is actually deceptively powerful. Just knowing that you can change the text object through Python, and then let's say, if one of the things that is quite interesting with Blender, I would say as a whole, is that there's so much that you can do with it. It's just really, like I said, a matter of knowing what's possible. So, for example, one of the other elements with, or properties, I should say, for this text object, and we'll just go up like that, body, there's also under the data, there's something called extrude. So if we just hit enter, you can see that that's currently at 0, 0. It's a little flat text object. But if we, again, hit up, and then equal sign, and then let's say we want to hit 1. And now we have an extruded, very odd-looking text object. That was a little bit too much, so we'll just hit up again here, and maybe go 0.1. And that's a little bit better. And now you can see we have a text object. We haven't actually had to do anything within the Blender sort of viewport here. This has all been done, except for adding the object, the text object. This has all been done through the Python console. And again, anything you do here in the Python console, in the interactive console, you can also type up in a text file in the Python script and do, run from the text editor. But right now you see that we've actually created a text object. We have, or sorry, changed the text object, the text of it, the body as it were. We've changed the extrude. And then let's do one other thing here. Location, it's not in the data of the text, but it's in the, in that sense, it's directly from the text object. So like I said, one of the things to get used to, and this is where you can kind of experiment, is just to look, kind of hit tab and see, okay, what's, part of this. You would generally, if you just have an object like this and you hit tab and it just comes up cycles, just remember you have to hit or enter a dot to see some more of the properties. So if you hit tab, you can see some of these things that are directly beneath the text object. Body and extrude were under .data, but for this, for location, that's just under text. So we hit location, and you can see the origin is at 0, 0, 0. But again, if we wanted to change that, we would just do, let's say we want it to be a little bit farther over, but we think it's okay to be at 0, 0, 0. And voila, we have it moved over. This is just really scratching the surface of what you can do. And then one of the other things to know is within Blender, one of the things I do love about Blender is that you can find things with Python or with Blender itself, I'm just going to switch back to the layout and just show you a shortcut. One of the most useful shortcuts for me is the F3 key. If you hit F3, it's basically going to allow you to find different commands. So if, for example, you didn't know where, let's say parent, and then of course it gives you a different, a bunch of different options, or like extrude. And this, now of course with extrude, you see nothing came up, because a lot of times that won't actually come up unless you're with an object that actually has that available, or in your mode that has it available. But again, F3 to find different commands. And then specifically for Python, one of the most useful things, if you go to Edit Preferences, which is also Control Comma, and then I have this already enabled under the Interface tab, you make sure that Python Tooltips is checked. Because then what you're going to see is if I click on this text object and I go over to here in the Properties window, you hit Data, then if I held, you go to Geometry, let's say, and we just did an extrude, you can see it's actually reflected here. We made the text object extruded by 0.1 meters. If you hold your mouse over that, then I don't know, it might be a little small on your screen, but you can see here that below sort of the description of that property, it'll also say at the bottom, Python text curve.extrude, and then it will show you the sort of what they call the data path to that property. So it says bpy.data.curves, and then this text object .extrude. And you don't have to remember that. You don't have to actually type that in yourself, because one of the other great things is if I right click on that, then you're going to see under this sort of little pop-up menu, there's something called copy data path and copy full data path. Copy full data path is generally what we want. If we copy data path, it's just going to give us the word extrude. But if I hit copy full data path, or the shortcut is Shift Control Alt C, again these somewhat long key chords, but copy full data path or Shift Control Alt C, and then if we go back into the scripting window of the console here and then Control V for paste, then we have that. And then again, we can change that, can make it bigger, can make it smaller, do whatever we want with it, incorporate that into our script. So if ever you're at a loss for how you might control a particular part of Blender or the interface, something about an object, again, you can just kind of hold your mouse over something and see what it might say. So for example, if we wanted to change the character spacing, we could do like this here in the window itself and use the mouse. Or again, we can just hold the mouse over it, use the Shift Control Alt C, or right click and copy full data path. And then again, back to the Blender console. And one of the things I should mention, by the way, that does get a little frustrating, I have not quite figured out how to change this, is Blender as a whole, the focus tends to follow your mouse. So if you have your mouse over here in the Properties window, you may get a different set of interactions. Same thing if you move the mouse cursor or the pointer over the console, over this, over the text editor. So if you're typing and nothing's appearing, you hit enter, let's say you write in some stuff here on the console and you hit enter and nothing happens. Again, the focus follows mouse within Blender, at least in my setup, and I think the default setup anyway. So just kind of make sure that you know where your mouse pointer is at all times. If anyone knows how to change that actually to have the focus not follow mouse and actually have to click, please let me know. I have not found a setting for that yet myself. But again, that is just sort of something to get used to. But so we copied the character spacing data path, Control V, and you can see space character is sort of the property. And it says right now it's at 1. Hit up equals, and let's change that to 1.5. And voila, now we have, I'll control space to make this maximized, and you can see just through the Python console, we've changed the spacing of this. And again, there's so much you can do, all of these different properties that are accessible to you through the Python data path. So for graphic designers, I can imagine, wanting to work with 3D, wanting to use text, but, and wanting to have things maybe a little bit more automated. that is, again, something else that you can do with it, is to sort of lay out the text, change what the text is, change the extrude, change the character spacing, word spacing, all of these different options. And I can see that the time is going very fast, so I'm going to move on in just a second. But one other thing I wanted to mention here with the text, specifically the text object, is if we go back here, let's say we'll delete this text object. And let's say, again, you don't want to just change an existing text object or any object with Python. But if you go, let's say, here into layout and Shift A to add an object, if you hold your mouse over that, you can see that there's an operator here. It says Python bpy.ops, which stands for operator object.text_add. And so you can actually also run different operators like this, not just change properties on existing objects. Now, the one thing to remember is where I said that over here, you could hold your mouse over something, right click on something to sort of see what it might be, copy the full data path. That won't work for menus and buttons. So like if you hold your mouse over this and you see this Python snippet for that command, for that operator, if you right click on it, copy Python command is grayed out for some reason. If you go up to add, if you go up to actual menu up here and you go to the same place and you right click, then for some reason, I think this might be a bug in Blender, then copy Python command, you can click on that. But the easier thing, I think, to do is whenever you have a menu or button and you want to copy that Python for that command or button, you just hold your mouse over that and just hit Control-C for copy. And then if we go back to the console, then you'll see that Control-V, and we have text add. And so if I just hit enter now, it's created a default text object. But let's say we don't want that. We want to be able to, you could just hit enter here, and now you have this object, and then you could do what we did before, where you go, data.objects, text, data, body, and change all this, or the extrude, or the location. You can do all that, of course, but and of course, if you see just location here on this side, you can see that if we 0, 1, 2, those are the sort of the indices for the X, Y, and Z parts of the location. So if we just hit location, you can see the entire vector. If we did, let's say, 2, then you can see that's the height, or the Z coordinate for that text object. But anyway, so again, we don't want to just add some or change some existing text. So if we delete this, again, we go back to text add. If you just tab here, it'll show you some different parameters. So it does not have a parameter, as far as I can tell, for actually changing the text that appears. It'll still be the default text, and then you just change that through the body. But you can see here there are some things you can change by putting in the keyword argument and then the value. So the radius, which would be the size. You can change the location. So let's say we wanted to have a text object of size 2, and then the location we wanted to have is let's say we want it to, it'd still be at the X, but we want it to be Y, and then maybe we want it to be floating in the air a little bit. So we put that location in parentheses, and then we've created a new text object. You can see it's like a little bit higher on the Y-axis. It's raised up a little bit. Of course, the text is still, sort of default text, but we've just created a new object using Python. And again, we can kind of go back, hit the up arrow key, and let's say we want, another object that's going to be back at the default location. And so if it's at the default location, you don't actually need to put that location. So we can just delete that. But let's say we want it to be some small text. So it's going to be 0.5. And there we have the text. And so, this is just, like I said, scratching the surface as, for one example, but it's just showing you that there's a lot of different things. You can add objects, you can change their properties. And again, to remember and just to review, if you're going in a menu or a button, and let's say we want to add some text, just hit Control-C to copy that Python operator. And again, hovering over it to see it. Whereas if it's a property here on the right side, that you can change just holding your mouse over it works as well. But then in that case, if you want that Python data path for changing that data, either right-click and copy full data path, and then you can use it in your scripts or in your console, or the shortcut, which is shown here. One of the sort of gotchas that I should just kind of mention is that there are certain, I'll try to cover this a little bit later on if I have time, but certain Blender Python operators, these sort of bpy.ops methods, will depend on the selected object versus the active object, and that is sort of a trick which I will talk about in a moment. So the next thing I wanted to show sort of as an example, since we've talked about the text object, is, like I said, we're going to go back to, we're going to hit Control-N, General, don't save, and we're back to our little basic cube, which, I said I would come back to this poor little cube that always gets deleted at the very beginning. But we're going to say here, let's say we wanted to, do something interesting with this, kind of a little bit experimental. But let's say we want to change the vertices of this cube and set them to like some random value. So we go over here and we import, make this a little bit bigger, import random, and then again, like we did with the text object, if we go bpy.data.objects and hit tab, if we hit tab again now, it'll show you, as you can see here over here in the outliner, in this collection we have camera, cube, and light. So just going to hit cube, and then again we want the location, but we want the location of the vertices, the coordinates. So what we're going to have here, and this is something to be aware of, there is a difference between in Blender between mesh and object. So if you look over here in the outliner and you hit that little arrow, the cube object, which is this entity that has scale values and location and rotation and these different properties, is sort of hierarchically linked beneath it. It contains this mesh object. And the mesh is the geometry. That's something to keep in mind, that you're not changing the vertices of the cube. The cube object does not have any vertices. It has location, scale, rotation, and all these other properties, but it does not have vertices. It's the mesh that has vertices. And then below that, you can kind of see, if you click that arrow again, there's a material assigned, but we're not going to worry about that for now. But we're going to change the cube's vertices. So then you have to go back, bpy.data, and then again, there's this other data path, meshes, and you hit tab, and there's only one mesh, because of course the camera and the light are different kinds of objects. They do not have meshes, so we just have the one. So under cube, and I'll kind of speed this up because I know I'm rapidly running out of time, but you see you hit tab.vertices, and then you have vertices, and if you hit home and the Python length, or len, there's 8 vertices, which should be expected. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then below that. So there are 8 vertices, and you can enter them. Just going to speed this up a little bit and have an example. Let's say we have 4 vertex in bpy.data.meshes cube.vertices. We'll say vertex.coordinate. CO for the coordinate. Let's say we want to change the x, which is 0. And let's set some random number between 1 and 5. Let's see if this works. And we'll have one of the very strange object. But there are different things you can do to cycle through, or sort of loop through an object, or meshes, or see change different ways. And if you're writing the model, you must.
Hey, Eric.
Yeah.
Your audio quality just went down dramatically. It's a little robot-y. Not sure if that's me. I don't think it is. And Jitsi, it's showing your little connectivity as red.
Oh, should be.
Do you want to try refreshing and joining again?
Or am I still robotic?
Oh,
I don't know.
actually,
It's better?
yeah, it's better now.
Okay, thank goodness. Okay. God,
Yeah.
I'm having all the issues today. Audio is still roboty? Someone else said.
No, they're on like a 30-second delay.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yep.
But anyway, so hopefully I sound okay. But yeah, so no, as I was saying, so this is basically how you can start to control the mesh or change the mesh in Blender. One of the things I will sort of have in the links is there is a different Python module that Blender comes with called bmesh. bpy or bpy is the sort of main Python API for Blender, the main module that you use for accessing these data paths and operators and things like that. bmesh, which I'll have a link to their documentation on the Blender doc site later at the end of the talk, is a different way to sort of access mesh geometry and change it in different ways that can be a little bit more powerful, but that is beyond the scope of this talk. But at least for this, like I actually haven't had to use bmesh yet for doing my terrain models, so it's definitely something that's available to you and can be extremely powerful, but it's something that does take a little bit more to get into. So in the interest of time, I will not go through that. But one of the things I did want to mention just here that is something that might trip you up depending on what you're using Python for is, like I said, if you are running certain operators, like if you're going to duplicate something with Python, and again, if you hit F3, and you hit duplicate, then you hold your mouse over that. It says bpy.ops.object.duplicate, and again you can hit Control C and go here, Control V. That apparently did not work, but I think duplicate. Oh, okay, that didn't. Oh, okay, it did give me a duplicate, but it gave me. We're not going to actually do that. We're just going to go objects. Let's see, what was that again? Duplicate, object.duplicate. And you see that created a different cube. That was selected, but if you're going to do something, let's say like add a modifier, you just have to be aware that there are certain operators that run on the active object versus the selected object. And so one of the things you can do here is that, let's say you want to, this is sort of going more into the weeds with Blender itself, but if you click on an object, you see that there's that little orange dot, and it's selected in this sort of orange. That is the active object. If you then hit Shift and choose another object, then that becomes the active object, but you still have the other one selected. It's a little bit reversed in the outliner, so if I were to, let's say, Alt-A to deselect everything, this cube is still the active object, which is highlighted a little bit here. But if I, let's say, clicked on that cube and then did Shift, now you see in the outliner that still stays the active object. So it's basically reversed. With the viewport here, it's the last object that you selected that is the active object. But it's the reversed here. And one of the things with Python is that, let's say if we want to go to, let's say, the the initial cube object, and we can do something called select set true, then you can see here in the viewport it's selected, but it is not active. So again, if you were to add if you were to try to add a modifier with Python right now, or do certain things that depend on the active object, it will not do what you think. It will go to this unselected but active object. So one of the things that you need to do is actually go to the context. Again, these sort of little data paths get a little weird sometimes, but I will send you links to the documentation, and if you have any questions. But for right now, what we need is the active object to be, or sorry, it's view layer objects dot active, and then if we hit enter, you can see what is active is cube 001, the duplicate that we made. So if we wanted to actually change that, you can't just type in, unfortunately, cube, because it doesn't expect a string. It needs the actual reference to the object, not just the name of it. So it would be where if we want to set this to the active object, apologies, then we would have to do that whole data path again, where it's bpi dot, oops, sorry, the mouse focus, dot data dot objects, and then from there, cube. And then I don't know if you can see, but that little orange dot moved. So that is now the active object. And now I've selected it manually. So that is just something to keep in mind if you're experimenting with Blender in general, and specifically Python, is that certain things will depend more on, sort of active object versus selected object. I think I've mentioned quite a lot. One of the things I just want to sort of show you before I show you a little bit more about the terrain models and some script examples is if I start a new scene here, I used to do my terrain models in a slightly different way, but especially if you want to do something kind of more complicated, like I will have links later on to how to kind of create a mesh from scratch. Like there's a thing called from PyData, and I'll have some links to a couple of sites. There's a video that's very useful, I believe, by someone named Curtis Holt, and then another site that I found that kind of has exactly the code that you would need to create, basically where you create a list of vertices, you manually create the faces by saying sort of the indices of the vertices that are going to form these triangles. It's a somewhat involved process. And then there's a command to basically create a new mesh from this list, or these lists rather, of vertex and face and edge data. It's incredibly powerful, a little bit complicated. That was how I used to create my terrain models. What you can actually do now, or what I am doing now, is if you want to create, let's say, something where you have, a sort of a height map, let's say, or you want to create something like my terrain models, then we can delete the poor cube. We'll delete actually everything. And then you can go to add. You can also do this by through Python, but just for the sake of this, if you want to create a mesh grid. And we're going to go down here on the left, add grid, just to change the options. For my cases, because Second Life has regions that are 256 meters on a side, and because I'm sampling the height data in Second Life every half a meter, then I'm going to create 512 subdivisions to have that be double, and then I'm going to make that 256 meters. So here we have a big grid. It's a mesh. And if you hit edit mode, you can see all the vertices are selected. You zoom in, you see a bunch of different vertices. And the interesting thing with this, one of the other things I want to show you is if you go up to edit and preferences. Now, again, I already have it checked, but there's something called developer extras here in the interface tab. Again, we want to have Python tooltips checked. I showed you that earlier. This is something else, though. If you hit developer extras, down here on the left, you'll see experimental menu pops up. We don't actually need that right now, but if you have developer extras checked, let me close the preferences window. Now, if you're in edit mode, and you go up here on the right to the sort of overlay, mesh edit mode overlays, you can hit something called indices. And if you click that, then whoa, you get a bunch of blue. Let's deselect all the vertices. But let's zoom in to, let's say, this one on the lower left. And then we'll go way in, and you can it's a little hard to see. I think there is a way to change sort of the size and the text, but if you kind of look in here, you can see that it says 0. That is if you're going to access that vertex through, again, this sort of bpi.data.meshes grid, and kind of create an index to that vertex, that's 0. If you click on this one, 513, interesting. So you can kind of get a sense of how the mesh is built up, vertex by vertex. So let's see this one. Okay, that's 1. So 0, 1, 2. Interesting. So when I actually changed how I made the terrain models, that was what I did. I made a grid like this. I looked to see where the indices are, and then if we go over to this sort of right one, let's see, dot to zoom in, 512. So it's a little bit of math involved, but basically what I've done is kind of loop through based on the indices and how I see that this grid is built up. And then I've changed the z height in Python of the entire, each vertex to match the data that I've gotten from Second Life. So since I am running out of time, I'm going to actually show an example of this that I have. So this is to open. There's quite a lot of mesh data. It should open momentarily. And so basically, here we go. So, and if I hit Z and then rendered, because I want to see it with materials, they're missing files. So I'm just going to hit F3. I've used that before, so find missing files, and just make sure it's getting from the right folder here, find missing files. And you can see, so all of this was done with Python. I had these these grid objects. I changed the Z height for each vertex based on the data I have. I created new material slots, materials, assigned them. I'll show you that in a second just as an example. Again, we're running out of time, so I don't have time to show you everything. But that is sort of what I've basically done with the data. If I go over here to the text editor, you can see this is actually the older version of the script. But you can see here where I said, you're creating a list of sort of vertices at different values, the faces, and then sort of down here is the sort of, in this older version, mesh from PyData, and it's basically taking these sets of lists. But like I said, now I'm doing it in a different way using the grid object, looping through the indices, and just changing the existing mesh rather than creating a new one. But if we hit unlink here and we go up to open, I'll just show you one of the things. So this is actually, if I hit Control Space, it maximizes. This is sort of a text file of data that I've gotten from Second Life, again through Python, getting the data by HTTP, and then creating this file where there's a little bit of information about the region at the top, and then the height data, which is basically, as I said, this is kind of the lower left of the region, and then over as we get to the end of the line, it's the lower right, and then it kind of goes up from there. So these are basically rows starting from bottom to top of the ground height in this region. And so this is the data that I've looped through, changing the Z height of the vertices on the grid object to kind of match. So it'd be like applying a height map image, but in this case, you actually have the data that you can use in different ways. So I now have about 10 minutes left, so I will try to go through this a little bit faster. But if I go back, you can see one of the interesting things. This is just sort of a very simple thing, but I think it might be useful for you. Let me go back to this. You can see here, so the textures that are applied currently are something called object layer textures, where if you look in the Second Life world map, the textures will kind of show, not all, but it'll show sort of where there are different objects, but there is also a texture that you can acquire from the Second Life servers that shows the terrain as it is, just as terrain, without any of sort of the objects added onto it. It's like different layers that are baked within the texture sort of process of Second Life. And so this little snippet here, again, this is showing, apologies, this is showing, you have to, if you run it from the Blender Python console, you don't need to do this import bpy because it's already sort of built in, as you can see here, built-in modules. But if you're running it from a script from the text editor, you have to make sure that's there. Otherwise, it will give you an error. But so what I'm doing here is, you can kind of see here, each object, there are 12 of them because there are 12 regions, has a texture or material associated with it, and each material has a different image. And you can see here, like a texture image, this is the data path for that, bpy.data.images. You start to get a sense of where everything is. So for this, I've basically just, gotten the file path for each of the 12 images. I've modified the file name just because I have in that folder the terrain layer textures instead of the object layer. And I get that, do a little replacement, and then I change the file path back. So if I go down here, and I'll try to have it close up so you can see what happens. This is the object layer texture. If I then hit up here, if I hit the play button here, which is Alt P to run the script, then you can kind of see if I hit Alt P, suddenly the textures have changed. And again, all that is doing is going through the different texture images, looking at the file path, replacing it to be a different file in that folder, and then it's going looping through and basically changing that image to the other file path, which in this case is very similar texture, but it's just the terrain layer texture instead of the object layer texture. So I'm just going to see, because I know I have just a few minutes left. So actually what I'll do, since we only have about 8 minutes left, if anyone has any questions, feel free. I'm going to just put another video in the chat just to show you, and hopefully this will actually work. This is the latest video I've done, which I'll show here in the Jitsi, which is 2,541 regions. And I'll sort of end with that, and then I'll take questions and see if this actually works.
I think I might have gotten booted, but I'm back.
Okay, just want to make sure you can hear me again after the video.
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay, so yeah, so that video that you saw, that was 2,541 different regions that make up a continent called Belisaria in Second Life, and that I made with this sort of new process of having a grid object with the right subdivisions and size, and basically just duplicating that object every time, and you know, changing the z height on the duplicated object. The video I showed you at the beginning, the heterosfer continent, was using that sort of old from PyData method. The new one is faster, not to have to change or create mesh from scratch each time, but it is an option to you if you have like different needs. And as I take questions, I'm actually just going to switch away from Blender and actually share my screen so that you can see. I'm just going to log in here, is within Second Life, one of the other things, sort of at the end of my process of creating terrain models, one of the things I've actually done is to also use Python to decimate the terrain models with different ratios and export them, again, all through Python as collada files that I can then upload as mesh into Second Life. So if I can share my screen here and change the application that you guys are seeing from Blender to Second Life, you can see sort of these in-world models that I've made. So 1 second, if I stop sharing the screen. And now you should hopefully see me within Second Life.
Yep.
And I'll change the lighting just to be a little bit more interesting. So if anyone has any questions, I know I ran through that really quickly, but I do have some links that I can share in the chat in a moment, and that will also be in the video description. So yeah, feel free to ask if there are any questions or comments.
Yeah, so one of the questions that came up is, what sort of hardware is this running on, and what performance, e.g. FPS, are you getting?
So for Blender, actually, it's not terrible. Like, I have a laptop that is a few years old. When I initially made that model, the heterosfer one with the 433 regions last year, I only had 8 gigabytes of RAM, and I think I don't know what my CPU is, but it's you know, my laptop is at least a few years old, maybe 4 or 5 or so. And so it runs, it can take a while to generate at that scale, like when you're using Python with Blender, doing different things, it really doesn't take that much more than Blender itself would do. And even Blender, I think, for certain projects doesn't actually take that much power. It's when you get into these like large data sets, larger models, or generating models from scratch, let's say, that it can take a little bit longer. For me, when I generated the Belisarium model, this 2,500 plus model, the longest part of the process was actually applying the decimate modifier and applying that, or adding the decimate modifier and applying it for each model, just because otherwise the model in its entirety would have been like 1.3 billion triangles. And then I think I upgraded my RAM recently to 32. I think it would have been fine even before, but it's just sort of decimating each one as I go to be 1% of the original triangle count. And that's the thing that takes the longest. So it doesn't actually, like I've done this, like I said, just to answer your question, I've done this on a computer that is not top of the line by any means. So, not to say it depends on your sort of use case and your needs, but this is definitely something that you can experiment with and do some interesting things with, even if you don't have a top of the line computer, in my experience.
Very cool. So I actually added the next question, and then I think it was answered like as I was watching your presentation, but just for like bringing this to the masses, if you will. Here it is. I'm guessing that a lot of the functions you did using Python could also be done using buttons or menus. If that's the case, what do you find are the primary benefits of using Python to do these functions?
Absolutely, that's an excellent question. And I think, that's the thing that I find so interesting about Blender Python and Blender in general, because what you're doing with Python, as I showed you with these like shortcuts, like copying the data paths, or using Control C to copy the operators for buttons or submenus, not all, but most of what you can do with the Python in Blender are things that are laid out for you or accessible in different ways. The advantage is that you can automate them. You can pull in the power of Python, like in my case, to access these text files with large data sets with lots of different numbers. There's no way, no way I would have been able to create these train models manually. Like there's just I could have tried to like maybe add a height map image, which maybe originally would have been the easier thing to do, and just do a sort of displacement map. But in this case, I had these text files full of text-based float values, this data. So I think that the nice thing with Python is, yes, you can do a lot of this stuff manually, but it just gives you more power and a different way to interact with not only Blender, but to sort of integrate Blender with other tools and other data that you might want to do. And just it can be a little bit of a learning curve and take some time in the beginning to get used to it. But after that, it really can speed things up depending on what you're trying to do.
Yeah, and when I saw that huge data file that you had, I was like, okay, I get why we're doing this, and it made complete sense to me. But I think it's a great point, and thanks for answering that, even though it was like semi-obvious by the end of the session. And I'm kind of curious, like, what other applications Blender plus Python has. So, but I do think we have to move to the next session. But if you want to share anything in the chat, feel
Oh,
free.
absolutely. Yeah, I can. This is a scaled up model. So like you said, or you see here, this entire thing was sort of just exported as Collada using Python. So that's the other thing, and then imported. But I will, let's see if I can share. I don't know how this is going to work in the chat if I try to paste in a bunch of links at once.
You could paste them in a couple at a time, I think, or maybe share like a page to all the links aggregated.
Okay, let me see here. I'll do a test of just a couple links and see if it'll actually go in some reasonable format.
All right. So
I'm
gonna.
Okay.
Cool.
And I have a few more different resources. So thank you so much for having me. And yeah, if anyone has any questions, feel free to reach out to me.
Thank you so much, Eric. Hi, Maureen. Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
Can hear you. I
Waiting
can't
for
see
the
you.
camera.
Oh,
You
there
see
it
me now?
is. Yeah. Hi.
Okay. How are you doing?
Pretty good. I'm like slightly crispy from a day and a half of event running. You know how it is, but excited. The program has been really great. So
Awesome.
happy to have you here. And since we're like 2 minutes over, I think let's jump into it.
Okay, sure.
Cool.
Am I waiting to start or should I just go?
Now jump into it. You got this.
Okay, cool. All right. Let me see if I can share my screen here. Oh, this is always a little bit of please let me share the screen.
Please just
Okay.
work, Jitsi.
I had a 25-minute long offline update I didn't ask for, so I'm awake. Come on, you're gonna share the screen?
I can see your screen.
You can? Which one? Do you see Jitsi or do you see Penpot?
I see Jitsi.
Okay, that's the wrong one. Let's see if I can swap that.
While you're getting this set up, I do want to mention that there's a break right after. So, I don't know what your time looks like, but if we go a few minutes over, that's totally cool.
Okay, sweet.
I'll hold any questions till the end.
Okay, cool. And I just need to I have some notes here that I'm just trying to pull up, but you can look at the glory of my Penpot there. I'm using the main Penpot server. I know I've done, for folks who know me, hi, I'm Mo Duffy. I'm a designer at Red Hat. I've done demos of Penpot before running on my local system. But in this case, I'm just using the hosted server. And I do want to point out here, I'm using a tool called Penpot Desktop. And what it does for me, that, hey, you may like it too, is it gives Penpot its own window on your desktop. And so just when you're trying to do window management and stuff, like I like GNOME, whatever window manager you use, having a dedicated application in your toolbar for your tools rather than it being in a browser window somewhere, I find sort of like a nice thing to have. So I think has the Penpot talk already run today? I missed this morning.
So we had a Penpot talk yesterday from Andy, and then I believe tomorrow morning we'll be hearing from Carolina.
Okay. So, and just to set the stage, like what I'm going to talk about here is kind of basics. It's going to be sort of like the daily grunt work of using Penpot. And I am not using the new hotness. I am just using production penpot.app. That's the website where you can sign up if you're unfamiliar. And I guess I'll just go over like a little bit of the basics too in terms of like what Penpot is. You've probably already heard it, but I'll just give it to you from my perspective. Penpot is an open source tool that lets any designer basically interface more efficiently with their team, with developers on their team. That's sort of the mission of the tool. And what's really neat about it is open source. So, if you need to, for whatever reason, you can export all of your assets. Like you can import files, you can go to individual files, you can export them, you can download as Penpot format or SVG format, and you can own your own data. Like the model here isn't to lock your data up in some cloud service and then charge you an admission fee to your own stuff, which is like the proprietary way, right? The idea here is to make truly excellent open source software for designers. So it's great. And I'll show you a little bit. I'll show you like an example of like one of the better projects I've done. And I say better in that, and I don't know how many designers in the audience are in a similar boat. I tend to be very sloppy, right? So like typically, and let me see if I have one open here. I don't. Well, I even like the main, I can show the onboarding design file too. I just tend, and this is like one of the principles too, and this is something that when I teach Inkscape, I also like to teach this principle. When you design a thing, it's very easy to just use the duplicate function. So in Inkscape, it's Control-D, in Penpot, it's Control-D. So you have something kind of close to the way you like it, but then you want to tweak it, but you don't want to lose your work. So if you can Control-D and make a duplicate of it, you can kind of experiment and play around and see if it works. If it doesn't work, you could delete it and then revert back to the original. But in my case, I'd never like deleting anything, so my files just end up being kind of a big mess. But this one, this file is a file I created for a project that I'm working on. Well, I actually completed and we've already implemented, I think, most of it, if not all of it, in a tool called Podman Desktop. Podman Desktop is the tool I work on. It is a container management tool for developers. It's an open source desktop tool. And you can kind of see a little bit too, like when I go in the dashboard here, you can see how I have like these cards, and it just makes it easier to find the file that I'm looking for. So I've kind of come up with this standard template format, and I add in little details, and these have been very helpful. These are just good best practices. So, you know, I have like the name of the project. I have sort of the actual work stream that the file is meant to cover. I have like a little date too. I think that's the date basically I opened up the file and started working on it. I meant to go back and then put like when it was completed, but I never did, but that's fine. And some of this, there was a template that Penpot has like the whole library on their website where you can download templates and libraries. So I kind of stole some of this from one of those templates and then adapted it a bit. So the next thing I have in here, and this is all for the sake of like, I'm one of maybe 3 or 4 designers that work on this project. And then we have a whole team of developers that work with us. And when they look at this, they're like, Mo, I just want the mock-up for issue number, blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't know where I'm going or what file or what. And, you know, in the case that say I wanted to take a vacation or something, right? They might have to go poking through my little mess and try to find the right hidey hole where what I was working on for them is. So what I've tried to start practicing as a matter of routine, when I open up a new file in the team project, I come up with like a little description of like, this is almost like a high level specification of this is what these designs are meant to solve, right? And then what we do too, Podman Desktop uses GitHub. It doesn't matter what tool you use. You can just add simple links. And I have a link basically to the Epic ticket that sort of is, we use GitHub a little bit weird. So we use tickets as epics and then the issues under the epics. This is all Agile stuff and whatever, but we have links to the individual issues that are kind of collated together in an epic. So that's a link to the epic ticket. So if you wanted to see, okay, for this file, where are all the issues that apply to it? That's where they are. And then this is just like a file index, and I never updated it, and I think that's fine. But this was more me kind of describing each of the pages inside the Penpot file, what they were meant for. So I'll go through, I talk about something I call the boneyard, and I like using emojis in the page names, by the way, because it can just make it just be a quicker visual signal to your brain than having to read text. But here, these are things that like, when I described in the beginning where I might be working on a design and I'll just do like Control-D real quick, make a duplicate, and then play around with it and experiment. These are the experiments that I decided that they didn't work out, or I put them together really quickly for something and then I just didn't need them anymore, but I didn't feel comfortable deleting them. I have a lot of what I call boneyards in my files just to make sure that, you know, oh, did I delete that thing? I wish I hadn't deleted it. So that's one thing that I tend to do in my files, and I call it boneyard. I also have a scratch, and it's pretty much the same thing. I think in this case, for this specific file, Scratch actually just has screenshots. Oh, it looks like that screenshot I actually screwed around with. But yeah, Scratch, Boneyard, same thing. Okay, and then once I'm in here, so these are mock-ups that I did. And if I go to the README, I think I talked through a little bit. I don't. But here, these are ones that I tried to use. Penpot has something called the Flex feature. And it lets you kind of use kind of a more, you can kind of see in the bar here. Let me see if I can make it a little bit bigger. Yeah, okay, it's really big now. So I hope everybody can see. You'll see there's like these little icons next to each of the boards here. And those indicate that I'm using a flex layout. So like for this one, for dashboard, the icon looks like an equal sign. And that means it's basically like a horizontal flex kind of layout. And then you can see title bar board is the 2 vertical. So that's vertical. And the thing that's kind of cool about using flex in Penpot is then, and any designers listening, like I'm sure you've been there, where you're in like some call and you're showing off your design. It's like, oh yeah, that's really nice, but you know, why don't we try it if this thing is on the bottom and that thing's on the top, and it's like a little bit of a pain to switch them. But with Flex, I'm just using the keyboard and I'm going left and right, and I can easily move things around, and things move as like a unit. And it's kind of a more programmatic way to lay out your mockups. So, you know, in the olden times, when you would work with things like that in a mockup, you would have to count, you know, like if I wanted the distance between these objects to be exactly 6 pixels, like I would have to do that very carefully. And now here you can see like with the alignment, you can see I have it horizontally aligned. So the items inside this card, they're all horizontally aligned. I don't have to go manually using the align tool to make sure they're horizontally aligned. I have things like the gap between the cards here. You can see the horizontal padding. It's 16 pixels. So I can sort of dictate using the Flex mockup tools in Penpot how I want these things to behave when they're resized. See, isn't that nice? And it ensures that the gaps between the items. So it's very nice. One of the things that's coming out in the new version of Penpot that's going to be due out soon is the grid layout feature, which I'm very, very excited about. And we'll probably start incorporating that in some of the templates that we use for Podman Desktop moving forward. But you can kind of see how I've set up this file. So these are sort of the mockups for the feature. You can also see with these, so these are, each of these individual items on the canvas are called boards. And what we're trying to do, and I'm not super consistent, trying to gently go this way. The idea is to use the GitHub issue number in the name of the board so that when developers are looking through the file, they can figure out which issue, which mockup corresponds to. So that's one of the things that I think is, again, it's not like it's built into the tool, but it's just sort of a standard practice that we're trying to establish as sort of like a nice way of working with Penpot. Okay, so now another thing that I wanted to throw out there, and I'll just go through, this is a much messier file. I can show you like, this is before we started instituting some of these ways of working in the files. You can kind of see where I have like, I implemented it one way and then like I'm like simplified and like I'm negotiating with the developers. But this is kind of a nice way to work too. I don't have to individually do like a Control-D duplicate of individual screen designs to be able to say, oh, well, let me try doing this a different way. You can just duplicate the whole page. And like, oh my God, is this such a revelation? No, it really is. I mean, it's really nice to be able to do that. So then you can just duplicate the whole thing, play around with a different workflow or a different way of doing things, or even have multiple versions of the same workflow. You know, if you're not sure, like the developers have some concern, you can say, well, okay, so here's version A, here's version B. Which one would you like? And it makes it just very quick and easy to do that. Now, one thing I want to show you in an actual mockup, I'll go into this one. It doesn't really matter which one. One of the things that I run into sometimes with Penpot is trying to select specific items at the bottom of the tree. Like I said, like I do not have good design file hygiene. I mean, look, like I do not name my layers, right? Like, oof. Nope, bad designer. I don't name them. And it makes it like really, like, see, I name my boards. I just don't name the layers inside them. So if I'm trying to like select, like, I don't want this, I don't want that, I want that green circle and just that green circle. How do I select it? Okay. This is a trick that is life-changing if you use Penpot day in, day out. And my intern, Connor, this past fall taught me this trick. You hold down Control and it lets you go all the way down to the bottom of the tree and objects of the layer, and you can select individual items. So that's like super pro tip. Hey, another one that I find very handy all the time, and honestly, this is something that I learned to do in GIMP, and I was very delighted to find that this shortcut key is in Penpot, is when I'm doing sort of a quick demo for developers, like showing them an update or something, it can be very handy to just hit backslash, and then it hides all the tools, and you get just the screenshots. So I find that is super, super handy. Another thing that I like to do, and unfortunately I cannot do it while I'm in that backslash mode, is when the developers start giving me feedback like, okay, Mo, well, that's great, but we don't have an API to give you the API version, so we can't do this. I will pop open this little, the feedback, it's like a little chat bubble in the toolbar. And as they're telling me, and like, I'm doing this on a screen share with the development team, right? And they're giving me feedback, and I'm capturing feedback as they're giving it to me. And then once I post that, the kind of neat thing is then for the file, you get this whole little log of all the comments that are in the file. So after the meeting's done, like I don't have to worry about, because I do have a very bad habit of like Post-it notes everywhere. And then I'm like, oh my gosh, where's the Post-its from that one meeting with the feedback on the mock-up? I don't have to worry about that. It's all nice here, all listed right there in one spot. And I can go back after the meeting, update the mock-up, close out each comment as I address the issue, and then do another presentation or upload new versions of the mock-ups to GitHub. Something that might be helpful to show, let me see real quick. And can I just get like a pulse check? Because I know I've been talking for a long time and I always get a little nervous about that. Do we have kind of any questions or comments in the chat so far? Anything that people want to know?
Mostly comments like, that's awesome. That's pretty epic. Layer names are a struggle.
Okay, cool.
That sort of stuff. There are 2 questions. Would you like them now?
Yeah, sure. And
Okay.
I'll load up some of this stuff. Well,
cool. So the first one is, are you excited for Penpot 2.0? And then a reply like, okay, you answered that, but I'm going to refine the question. What are you most excited about in Penpot 2.0?
I am most excited about the newly designed component system. And I will admit, I don't know too much about it, but components is something that we've been playing around with a lot. And there's definitely like some issues with it that I have reported upstream, and I've been waiting for this update to come down the pike for some time. So I'm really excited about it, because the technique that I've told you about, well, I duplicate the boards and I duplicate the pages. That's great up to the point where somebody, and this has happened in my mockups, and it's fine. It's not the end of the world. But for example, like the nav system here, where I have settings and it's like a little slide in thing, we've completely changed how the navigation works. So now like all of these mockups are out of date, and it's fine. Like it's totally fine. It's not a huge deal. But had this nav item been a component, if components, hopefully, I don't want to say, oh my gosh, I love components and I wish they worked this way, and then, oh no, they don't work that way in 2.0. It's fine. Not a big deal. But what would be really nice is if this nav was a component, and then when we redesign how the nav works globally across the application, I can update the nav component and have that reflected in all the other mockups. Just the way that, inheritance and CSS cascading works, right? That would be really neat. It's not the end of the world that the mockups, going back in history, have old versions of the nav. It's just something that I have to sometimes socialize with the developers, because, and this is reality. This is how software development works. We might kind of plan to develop a feature, and the way, we use sprints, like kind of very loose sort of agile sprints as our kind of technique of getting software out the door. And, UX cannot be working on the same feature as development in a sprint, because the developers kind of need a design before they start writing code. So I'm usually 1 or 2 sprints ahead. And what might happen is we might make some decision based on some dependency. Like, for example, the compose feature, say, I'm making this up, this is not actually the case, but say with the compose feature, There was some third-party tool that we had a dependency on, and they were supposed to release on a certain date, and they didn't. So then the development work halted for whatever reason. So then, I have the designs done, but they might sit around for a little bit until they're actually designed. And in that meanwhile, that they're kind of sitting on the shelf before they're implemented, we might decide, we got to switch the global nav or something like that. So we might make late breaking changes. And they're like old mock-ups, but they haven't been implemented yet. So it can be confusing for the developers when they're going in to look at the mock-ups and it's like, Mo, do you want me to change to the old nav again? No. It's just the mock-ups are aged. So, but it's totally cool. It's not a big deal. But that is what I am most excited about. It will be awesome. Regardless, I have confidence in the Penpot team that whatever they do with the components tool, it's going to be great. So I'm very excited about that.
Cool. So you kind of answered this, but there might be more. What features do you wish Penpot had?
I have said this before, and I will say it again. Some kind of Git integration would be amazing, because the one issue, and this is also why I get very hoarder-like with all of the things that I've designed, and I'm like Control D and making copies of the pages and making copies of the whole files and all this stuff, is the history is just, it's not where I need it to be. And I don't even know, is the history session based? Hold on, I have to turn off comments, I think, to access it, but comments are not turning on. There they are. Okay. So if I go into history here, it doesn't capture, I think it's session based. I don't think it's over the history of the file. And I would love to be able to just have tags the same way I can do in Git. I would love to be able to branch, right? And that's why I do a copy of the page, and that works fine too. But I'll do a copy of the page and experiment with something, and then, it's not working out, I'll go back to the main branch. That's how I do it in code. That's how I would like to do it in design. And I think because it's a tool that is aimed at bridging developers and designers, I think that if we follow some of the same modalities for design that we do for code and experimentation and tracking history and stuff, it would be really nice. The other thing is I let developers poke in the files, right? And it's just, I let them do that. But they don't all have the same expertise or experience working with Penpot, and they might not realize when they're poking around and then, I don't know, the cat jumps on the keyboard or something, and then this gets messed up. And it's so it's like my children in my house. I'm not trying to infantilize my peers here, but it's I got the kitchen clean and it's so nice and sparkling clean, and then somebody gets a jelly donut and it, so so having some kind of way to capture, I know everything was the way I wanted it yesterday at 5 p.m. or something. And then something happened. I would love to be able to revert to the last known good state. So that kind of stuff, something backed by Git. And it would also make it easy because, like I said, I do on occasion, what I'll do is I'll set up my own Penpot on Podman on my local system. Maybe I'm going on a car trip, or maybe I'm going on a flight or something, and I want to get some work done, and I know I'm not going to have reliable or any internet at all. And it would be really nice to just be able to for each, I would say it because I'm lazy, these are all the different teams I'm in. And yes, I use Penpot for genealogical trees, by the way. It's a really nice tool for that and for collaborating on it. But it would be nice to be able to Git clone each of my Penpot teams here and just be able to then push it to a local instance that I'm running. It would give me a lot of confidence because I don't know. I always worry, did I download the file that I need to work on? And then it's if I forgot to download the right one, or if I had, because the way that Penpot works is we have here, we have a color palette library, we have a design system component library that Emma has been working on. You pull those in as libraries into other files. So what I've done sometimes is oh yeah, I'm going to go on a road trip and I'm going to work on cool stuff in Penpot. And then I open up the file and it's oh, I didn't download the library that's linked. Oops. So yeah. So having some confidence and being able to have some mobility around files would be an awesome feature.
Cool. All right. There's another question. Actually,
sure.
In the chat, we had a couple comments. One person said Sparkle Penpot. Um,
Sparkle
and then
Penpot.
and then someone else said, oh, they lost weeks of iteration design due to the Penpot not having a history. So it was fine because the last iteration was the one they went with, but it's a lesson that they've learned there. And then another question: do you use Penpot for website design, and how was the experience for you? Especially interested to know how it handles responsive design and if the outputted code is usable.
Okay, so before I hit that question, I did find, and I think this is one of the epic tickets actually that I put the URL for in the file. But one of the ways that I also have some confidence that even if like all my Penpot went away today, I don't know, I would be very upset. It would not be a good day, but I haven't lost all because the kind of technique that I do is we use GitHub issues to sort of also spec out like the design. And I will take, and I am very lazy. Like I don't even bother with the exporter tool. I like that Penpot has an exporter tool. I love that it'll export multiple boards at once and give them nice to me in a neat and clean zip file. But I'm so lazy. I will just go in and I'm on Fedora, but I just hit print screen and I do this. This is just me being like super whatever as fast as I can be. And I will just screenshot that. And then when I go to the Git ticket, man, I don't even bother with the upload browse file. I just copy paste and it's so fast. And then, yeah, like there's guides in the file, like whatever. I'm not going to post that, but it's just so fast. So I always have a little bit of a record. So the history that I want in terms of like, this was done on this date, this is done on this date. And by the way, do you see how the developer is going back and forth with me here? I love being able to do that. Like he's in the code and I'm in the screenshots and he's like, oh, how do I do this? And we're kind of going back and forth and having a conversation. It's awesome. But yeah, that's where I don't feel like it's the end of the world if it all disappeared, because I do have something, but it would be nice to have the history. Okay, so now for website design, I can tell you that fedoraproject.org was designed in Penpot by the community design team. Emma was part of that. Ashlyn Knox was part of that, and Ashlyn implemented a lot of this too. This was all designed in Penpot, and then also Podman.ai, which I worked on with Ashlyn. This was all designed in Penpot. I do not believe that any of the code that Penpot generates was used for that. However, I am fairly sure that in some cases, the developers were using some of the color codes from the CSS, but I couldn't tell you specifics. But it is something that they're aware of, and I know it's something that they look at, but I don't know that it's like an integral part of their workflow. So I'll say that. I could probably even show the website stuff. Oh, yeah. Oh, I did Podman Desktop too. I have to show this real quick. I know, like I'm getting to the end of the time, but this was originally designed by one of the developers, but then I made some tweaks to it. So I actually took a screenshot of what it used to be, and then I just started. This is like a technique I do to go really quick and dirty. Mockups, just crank them out. Just take a screenshot of the way the thing is, and then like block out stuff. And like on top of the screenshot, I'll lock the screenshot to the canvas, and then just draw stuff on top of it. And I kind of do a real rough that way. And if I'm happy with where it's going, then I'll make the effort of actually doing it the proper way. If you get my meaning there. But you can see where that, oh, sorry, I'm confusing the two windows, but you can see how I did that here. And I think you can even see this was a screenshot of what it used to look like. And I kind of sliced that up. And then I started doing it the correct way, where with actual objects and not screenshots. And then this moved to a different file, but you can see that Podman.io. And you can see how like I have pencil sketches in here. This is an old version of it. So I have like pencil sketches of this stuff too. Madeline had done the actual final artwork for these. These are my terrible chicken scratch sketches, but I was able to kind of just pull them in. And it was a very similar thing. It was like, I think I sketched those on a piece of paper I took a picture with my phone camera, and then I did like a Bluetooth transfer to my laptop, and then I just copy pasted them into the Penpot canvas. It was so lazy, so quick, but hey, you know, it got the job done.
It works.
Yeah, and this was before I got whole hug into the whole using the built-in comment tool. So I would just use like little fake sticky notes to send myself notes. But now the comment tool, I'm like all in. Like that's my way of going. So, all right, we're at the end of the time. So if there's any more questions, I'm happy to take them. I hope this was useful.
Yeah, there's one more.
Okay, sure. Let's hear it.
All right. How is the compatibility between Inkscape and Penpot this year?
Well, I can say that I've not run into any issues. I only go in one direction though. I go from Inkscape to Penpot. I don't normally go from Penpot to Inkscape. So I can't give you a lot of insights on going the other way. But in terms of, you know, when I'm doing graphic assets, when I'm doing even like I made this seal guy there. I know it's like a bitmap here, but I have other versions of it that are SVG. And like when I'm doing an illustration, I'm doing it in Inkscape. I'm sorry, I'm Inkscape native. I need that. And I never have a problem. My workflow for that is basically I just go assets, graphics, add the plus sign. And again, like I'm super lazy, so I will just go from Inkscape and just drag it in here. So, and then hit enter. Like I don't do the searching the file system thing anymore. And I've not really had any issues. And even like when you look at the Podman desktop icon here, it's got like blurs and gradients and stuff. I have no issues with it whatsoever. So in that direction, Inkscape to Penpot, it's no problem. I can't tell you about Penpot to Inkscape. I've done that once or twice occasionally. I don't remember the reasons why, but it's just not a path I normally go. And I think part of that is because once you have the artwork, like when you're working in Inkscape, it's sort of very individual, right? It's on your local system. It's just you. You don't have any friends on the canvas with you. Once you pull something into Penpot, suddenly you have a team that's working with you and collaborating with you. So it's a little bit harder to go from that to local, right? Because then you lose out on the advantage. You also have this thought where, oh, well, now I have a local version and the Penpot server version. And how am I going to sync that up? You know, so I just try to avoid doing that to not explode my brain.
Now I'm dreaming about a collaborative Inkscape.
I know. There was
people can be on it.
A Google Summer of Code project or something. I know that there was the open clip art thing, which was really neat. I don't think it works anymore, where you could just load up like an open clip art thing and like be able to search stuff on open clip art and then like drag it right onto your canvas. But yeah, having collaborative Inkscape would be totally awesome.
It would be a fun.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's it for questions. And I know we're at the end of the time and you are busy, so we can call it there if you'd like.
Sure.
All right. Well, thanks so much, Mo. We really appreciate you coming onto the event.
Awesome.
And cranking out mock-ups to have a good time.
Yes. I hope you all had a good time. All right. Yeah. Bye, guys.
Bye. All right, everybody. We are about to take a short break. I will come on camera here for a moment just to say hi. So we're going to take a short break, about 25 minutes, and then we'll jump into the last set of sessions for today. So see you soon. connected on YouTube Studio. Let's try to jump on camera, I think. Hello. I think it's back up and running, though folks in the chat can maybe confirm for us. You there, Roland? Oh no. Did I lose you? It's showing like your screen, but I can't hear you. And Jitsi says you're muted. It looks like they can hear me, but they can't hear you. Do you want to try leaving and joining again one more time? Yeah, Roland's going to rejoin. Okay. Are you there, Roland? I can't hear you. Yeah, it says. Are you there, Roland? All right, we're trying this again. Hopefully this time it works. For some reason, Roland is now muted and no video for me. Roland, are you there? Yeah, it's saying that you're muted. All right, I'm going to stay on and hopefully Roland rejoining will help. I don't see you. Can y'all hear and see me? Okay, they can see and hear me. So part of me is like, is it your connection to Jitsi that's the problem? The the feed seems to be working okay. Can you see yourself? I'm gonna text him here in the chat. Yeah, they can see. Okay. Do you want to try from? Oh, mm, not sure if Roland can hear me. So, um, all right. In the meantime, I just got to mention that Roland was one of my interns, outreachy interns this past summer, and working on Fedora badges design. And he and his counterpart did an amazing job. And I think we had calls on Jitsi like every week. So, not sure what's going on today. Hey,
Can you hear me now?
I can, and I can see you. Can you hear me?
Okay. I can't hear you or see you, but at least it doesn't say you're muted. Okay. Um, I'm not sure if anyone can see me on. I'm not sure if anyone can see me on the stream, but I'm going to try at least sharing my screen. Okay, now I can see myself. Finally, there we are. Um, I still can't hear Marie, unfortunately.
I'm here.
Let me just check this. It seems to be a problem with Google Chrome, so um, I don't know. Anyway, just give me a signal and I will get started as soon as I can. Okay, good. I can't hear anything, but I will continue. So, if everyone can hear me and see me just fine, I will run through this presentation quickly. All right, let me see. I'm having a little delay on the stream, so I'm not sure if anyone is seeing this. Many advanced slides. Okay, there it is. All right, sorry for the delay. Um, we did have some technical issues. This happens pretty often with just about any stream. I'm very experienced with that, so I understand the challenges. Seeing as time is not necessarily on my side here, I will try to run through these slides quickly and give you an idea of what I'm going to be covering. So, as you can see, the name of my talk is the Humanality Project, and what I am going to be covering is commonality, consistency, and diversity in design. It is designed for anyone at any level, really. So if you are a beginner in design, you've never designed anything in your life, and you were not born with the designer gene, if there is such a thing, it will still help you in that regard. I will be using Inkscape for this talk. I primarily work in Inkscape for most of my work, but these concepts will be applicable in just about any application that you use if you're designing digitally, and they can also be used if you are designing on paper, which is where I started. So to give you an introduction, the Humanality Project is a super simple design language crafted to convey some basic essential concepts and strategies in design. And I did use the term design language here, but I know that's kind of stretching that terminology a bit, but I would like to point out that terminologies are basically just what we agree to call them. So I don't think that really matters too deeply for those fellow designers out there who may take umbrage to that. But yes, it is a very basic design language, which I will detail shortly. Um, Also, the um, project was created, as I said, using Inkscape, but these concepts can be applied to pretty much any medium. And had a little delay in LibreOffice, so if I delayed just a little bit in reading these slides, forgive me here. The Humanality Project is for everyone, as I said, whether you're a designer or not. You're welcome to give these ideas and methods a try. So, as I said, if you are not born with that gene for designing, still give it a shot. Grab a sheet of paper and a pen and see if you can actually replicate what I'm doing here. Um, the foundational concepts that we're going to touch on are commonality, consistency, and diversity. So I just want to run through those with you very quickly. Commonality, in this case, is referring to reusing design elements, which should be a single primitive, and that in this case is the ellipse in Inkscape, also known as a circle in other tools, but we can stretch it so it becomes an oval, but basically it's one primitive that we're using to produce each component of the design. And we're also building upon consistency. So by building on commonality, everything remains consistent across each design. And finally, we are using diversity. We're aiming for diversity by introducing subtle changes, and the differences can be achieved without losing touch of consistency. And I added this piece today. This is another thing that I coined a term for. You can use these. They're not really, like I coined the term, but it's not copyrighted or anything like that. And that is that I call these comfort areas. So the Humanality project employs what I like to call comfort areas. And comfort areas basically are principles or properties of design that make our brains feel comfortable by giving them less work to do. So the four comfort areas that we will be using in this project are simplicity, centrality, symmetry, and novelty. And just to explain those very quickly using the image that we have here. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to turn on the pen tool in LibreOffice. I will try. I believe it is P. Yeah, there we go. So simplicity, of course, you can see this design is very, very basic. This person's face here. But we're also focusing on centrality. So for instance, we have these elements here are all in the center. And then symmetry, so we have similar elements on either side, like these eyes. I should draw with my graphics tablet because it is going to give you much better arrows than if I use my mouse, but anyway. Oh, I actually jumped to simplicity already? Oh yeah, right. So simplicity, symmetry, I mean. So simplicity, centrality, symmetry, and novelty as well. And I didn't demonstrate novelty here particularly, but I do have it in some of the other images that I can demonstrate with. Let me see if I have one of them over here. So I have a bunch of these images that I created before. And you will see that I changed subtle details on each of them. So you have a different kind of mouth here. And then you have, this one has a mohawk, so he just has one circle at the top. This one has no mouth. Actually, a bunch of them have no mouth. But you'll see that I changed their hairstyles, etc., etc. So that is where we introduce novelty by just changing a few elements. And moving on, I hope that this pen tool will erase. I cannot remember the keyboard shortcut for it. Okay, there we go. So taking it further, these concepts are meant to be repeatable, so feel free to try applying this design language in your own projects, even with some tweaks. And having said all of that, let us jump right in. So let's get started. So how does this actually work? Now, to demonstrate this, I will be using, as I said, Inkscape, and we are going to use a single primitive for this entire project. So using the ellipse tool, this oval right here. Oh, and by the way, I forgot to mention this. I don't mind if you throw any questions in the chat at any point in time. I happen to be blessed enough to have 3 screens, so I am able to see your questions at all times, basically. 1 second here. I just had to get my so you can drop questions in the chat or suggestions if you want to see me play around with this face in any sort of way, and I will take those on wherever possible. So yes, we start with this ellipse here, and then we'll make it white and give it a stroke. And of course, one of the other things we want to be aware of is that we want our elements to have identical. So like, take for instance this stroke here. If I go with a stroke of 1 or 2, that's a bit small. If I go with a stroke of like 8, then I want to repeat that wherever stroke says this throughout this design. And next thing I'm going to do here, I'm going to actually duplicate this. That's Control D on your keyboard, then rotate it. And the last time I did this, actually, I would have done this before on a live stream. And when I did it on the live stream, I actually came up with a very complicated way to build these faces. But since then, Inkscape has had a new release. And shout out to Mario Boys in the chat there. He's one of the primary Inkscape developers, and one of the really cool things that was added is this shit builder tool. I believe Marhe, you were the one who works on that. You can correct me if I'm wrong. So we're actually going to employ the shit builder tool today to build this face. And the reason that I'm using 2 of these is because we actually don't want it to be an exact oval. So if you look at the other designs that I've done, you will notice that they are not exact ovals either. So what we're going to do here is actually select both of these, both the shape builder tool, and then we are going to just join them. So holding the left mouse button, just drag till everything is joined together. Oops, I forgot to finish that. So let's do this and finish. And right, go to the node editor. And then we are going to delete the nodes that we don't need. So basically that would be these 2 and these 2. Just delete those. Then select all of these nodes and set them to auto smooth. And that gives us our basic shape. So now what we can do from here is we can actually drag this down if we want to change the shape. By the way, I am clicking and holding the control key so that it remains on a single axis. You just have to be careful because sometimes it tries to drag it off to a side when you're not trying to do that. So right, I'm gonna just drag this down. Okay, don't want it to go to the side. Right. And drag this down to about here. Oops. There we go. And that gives us our basic shape. And if we wanted to create another face that is whiter, we can go into the node editor, select these 3, or this one over here could do as well, and just whiten it like that. And then we can adjust these nodes up and down as we need to give us different facial shapes. But I will drop this one off to the side because we're not using this immediately. We're going to use that later. The next step is to give this face twice. So we create an oval first, or ellipse, create an ellipse, duplicate that one, and of course holding control and click, drag it across to the side. Then select both of these and center to the page. Let's also center this to the page. We can resize these just a little bit. And I'm going to give these a fill of black and turn off the stroke because we don't need stroke on the eyes. I'm going to ungroup these now. And then I'm going to duplicate this one, turn it white, and resize. I'm holding shift this time. Oh, and Martin just pointed out something that I did not even notice, which is that I do have alignment snapping switched on, which I usually use on a daily basis. I just didn't think of disabling it for this one. But for those of you who are not aware, you can actually change which kind of snapping you want enabled from in here. So let me just turn this off. All right, I'm going to duplicate this one and put it over here. And this doesn't need to be exactly positioned like the other one. We can put that wherever we need it to be. And we will adjust those later on when we are actually giving this face some expression. So now we have basically what looks like an alien. But that is not the point of this design. Of course, we want to create a human. So we will give that human a nose. Create another ellipse, make it black. Duplicate, and we'll give this new ellipse another color. This is only temporary. We are not creating a clone. We are going to use this shape to cut the other one. So actually, let me disable snapping temporarily here so I can move this around freely. I'm going to put this right about here. Duplicate again and drag down this way. Let me just move this a little bit. And I'm going to rotate. So when you need to rotate something in Inkscape, by the way, for those who don't know, click once, then click again, and then you get these rotation and skewing handles that you can change your shape with as you need to. All right, that looks about good right there. So we will select these three, go to the Shape Builder tool and hold Shift and drag to delete the parts we don't want. And there we have some kind of a nose. We don't want this nose off to the side, obviously. So we'll just drag it into the center of the bolt. And then we will resize it slightly, rotate, and that looks about good right there. So let us go ahead and group these. Select everyone right here and align to the page. Looking good. But this nose can probably be adjusted a little bit. I think I'm going to put this slightly off center actually. It looks a little more realistic. And also adjust resize like this. Good. I like that. And now we want to give this person a mouth. We can have them looking completely shocked by just putting like a little mouth like that. I will adjust that shortly, by the way. And now we have some kind of a person. They still look a little bit edgy, a little alien. So we can adjust if we want to make this person look a little bit more human. We can adjust and give them some cheeks right here. And let's just widen this slightly. And also, if you want, you don't have to keep this all smooth. So what I'm going to do is make this a corner and then make it smooth. And there we go. So that's a little bit narrower at the bottom. I just saw Emma said it's impressive how he moved through his skit. A little detail about me. This is preempting my second talk tomorrow, but I have been using Inkscape probably about as long as Inkscape has existed, which gives away, well, it doesn't really give away my age because I've been using Inkscape for a very long time, which would have been when I was very young. So that will tell you a little secret about me. Yeah. Inkscape and I grew up together. We went to school together. We used to play games together. Yeah, we know each other very well. But funny enough, there's still a lot of details with Inkscape I am still learning, like extensions I've never used. So yeah, it's amazing how long you can know someone or something and still not know all those details. So okay, to add some here, we are going to use ellipses again. But in this case, we actually want these to be actual circles and not ovals. So I'm going to come into the ellipse tool and change the values so that the radius on the x-axis and y-axis are identical. And then we will duplicate this one and drag it over here. And now it kind of looks like this guy has two very big earmuffs on without a band between them. And as Marcus said, Inkscape, I remember her. We went to school together. We did. So, this first set of here, we're going to move behind the face that we created. So you select both of these, move them to the bottom using this icon right here, group them and center to the page, and then we'll duplicate, drag upward, ungroup, go to the ellipse tool and change their size so that they're a little bit bigger. So let's make these like 105 by 105. And we want these closer together now, so we will drag this one across here and this one across here, and then group, center of the page, and move behind again. Actually, let me go ahead and give this person some hair down here as well. And we'll just keep repeating this process all the way through until we get to the point that we have them covered with hair at the top. Let me, before I resize this, there's one thing I forgot to do, which is to lock the width and height of the objects when I resize them, which is this icon right here. And then let me just drag this down to that point, and then drag this up to here. Duplicate this, move it up, and then we can resize. When you hold the shift key, by the way, it will keep the object centered. which is what we want to do in this case. So right, I'm going to put them over there. And these circles, I actually want them to be bigger, but I'm using a little bit of a trick. Since they're grouped already, I don't have to move them around and then recenter them. So there we go. Then I'm going to ungroup this and change their radii. Let me just select these one more time, because sometimes if you don't select them afresh when you go to the events tool, it doesn't give you the right values. I think these values are still incorrect and it may not work. Okay, it did work. Just showing the incorrect values for some reason. Okay, that's a little bit big. Let's go with like 115 by 115. There we go. And then we can duplicate this one, move it to the center of the page, move it up, and there we go. All right, so let's just select these three and move them down. And then we can group those, move the eyes down a little bit. And there, that's one face almost done. There is one more thing that I forgot to add before I show you some deeper details. So let me see. I mean, you can drop this in the chat if you're fast enough. But if you look at this face over here, you'll notice it looks very similar, but there is one subtle detail that's missing. And these subtleties, I forgot to actually list this in my presentation, but subtlety is also another one of those things that I really love to use in design. But you can kind of put that under novelty. So subtlety, the way that works with our brains is that what we see basically, and I'm not going to get too deep into the science of this, but basically our brains do a lot of shortcuts. So when we look at something, our brains kind of figure like, I've seen this before, I don't really need to do any visual processing again. But what subtlety does is it introduces something that your brain is forced to take note of. So the subtlety that I added here is a shadow. So we are going to duplicate the outline of the face and add a shadow to it. And I could use the drop shadow tool in Inkscape, but drop shadow filter, I should say. I could use that, but I really typically don't use that for designs like this, because even though it gives you some really cool functionality and it can be edited using the filter editor, is not ideal for these kinds of designs. So we're going to duplicate this face, turn off the fill, and you'll notice the stroke looks a little fatter now. That's because it is actually set to have the fill above the stroke. Not a big deal, though. We don't really need to worry about that in this particular instance. And I am going to turn on a blur of, okay, maybe more than 7.6. I love to use 0.6 for some reason. My brain just likes that. So don't worry about it. Not that important. I used to use 0.5 before and then I switched. I don't know. Brains are funny. So we're going to turn on the linear gradient on the stroke paint. And this is in the fill and stroke dialog, by the way, for those who are new to Inkscape. Fill and stroke dialog, this is Control Shift F, then go to stroke paint, and then turn on the gradient. And then go to the node editor using N on your keyboard and drag this node right here to the bottom. Let me turn back on snapping so I can snap this actually to the bottom of the face here. And then drag this one to the top. And we don't want this shadow above the face because it looks kind of weird. Looks like there's a shadow casting like directly in front of them. So we're going to move that to the bottom. And then we can move this down slightly. And let me just adjust this blurring a little bit. Sometimes you have to take it up or down, depending on what effect you're going for. And sometimes we also have to adjust the gradient a little bit. So let me bring this down till I am satisfied. I am not going to overdo it with tweaking, by the way. I am just a very pedantic designer. My apologies in advance. Okay, so good. So we have one face and it looks surprised. So now we want to add some novelty to this. And one of the ways that we can do that is we could either give them different expressions or we can give them some facial features. So again, using an ellipse, make it black, and let's make this, oops, let's make sure that this is exactly the same on each radius, and then we will resize it. And so now they have a little mole on their face. That's just one of the ways that you can go with some novelty in your design. So we could do that, or we could give them some additional here. So let's say that this individual has some longer hair, and we want it to come on the side of their face. And let's group that with the bottom and just keep doing this for a while. Right, so there we go. And we can also add some hair off to the sides. We're going to ungroup these. Delete that one. And oh, by the way, you also notice this one is above. I'm going to leave that above this side here. And resize. And let me turn off snapping there so I can resize a little more freely. And then I'm going to move this off to the side and resize again. And do the same thing over here. I don't know exactly how much time I have from the delays we had, but I believe I have roughly 15 minutes more or so. Let me group this. Okay, so in the last 15 minutes, instead of going with some more humans, I am actually going to show you how we can apply this to something else. So let's say we wanted to draw a cat or a dog. So I'm going to use this face we created before. Just resize this. Wait a minute. Before I resize that, I do want the stroke to remain the same. So we'll turn off scaling stroke when we're scaling objects. And resize this into here. Resize it up like that. And move these. I'm not exactly sure if I want to do a dog or a cat, to be honest. So all right, let me see. This should work. Yeah, let me leave that like that. And I'm going to create an ellipse over here. Rotate to a side like this. Good. And so we have two ears. Let's give it two eyes. Oops. Not to worry, I know this animal does look a little bit weird at this point in time, but I do know what I'm doing. All right, we're going to resize this up to here. And then Let me get one of these for our nose. And the same technique that we use to make the face, we are going to use to make the nose look a little bit more like a dog's nose. So we're going to duplicate this one, resize out like this, and then go into the shape builder tool. And oops, I didn't mean to do that. Right, there we go. Sorry, now we've created a new object. Delete these two, and auto smooth everybody. And there we go. So that's a dog's nose, looking good. And now we are going to, again, create an ellipse on one side. Oops. Duplicate. Now we can leave it like this. I mean, this is pretty cool. And that is one way to do a dog. But I want to do that really cute effect where they have those overlapping lines in the center. So I am going to turn on the stroke, turn off the fill. Let's make this about half. Yeah, there we go. We made these just touch on either side. Okay, good. There we go. And now, there's two ways we can do this to get rid of the lines on the outside. We could use a gradient. So if we wanted to do that, make this side dark and this side dark, and then add another point in the center. Oh wait, no. These should be right. These should be transparent. My bad. Sorry, these should be transparent, and the one in the center would be dark. And then we can just drag these in from outside, like that. And then what you can do in here is add one like that, and add one like that. Make these completely dark as well. And then just drag to whichever point. Oops. May actually add, I forgot I'm going to need another two. So drag these up to those. And these to those. And there we go. Two solid lines. Not exactly perfect, but not completely terrible either. And there we go. That is one way that you can do a dog. And I mean, it is not my favorite looking dog because it will need some more work, some more time to really make it as cute as can be. But you get the point. So, by the way, in case you're wondering just how far you can take this, and I do have like 10 minutes left. So, yeah, roughly 10 minutes left. So, I'm going to leave the floor open for any questions or anything like that. I see Marty said rough sketch. I love that one. It is indeed a rough sketch. Seeing as I do have just a little bit of time and I don't want to take you too long, I am going to show you something that I did before with this. And this was requested by two people very dear to me to draw a bicycle using this method. And I actually did that. After I had done the first stream when I first did this, the Humanality project, I did draw a bicycle using this method. I don't remember how I got these lines in between here. So I apologize to anyone who wants to duplicate it, but I can kind of roughly see where the ovals came in at different points, and they join them together somehow. But yes, you can take this very far if you are really adventurous. You can take it as far as you want it. And yes, I do distribute these files. I did not upload these to GitLab, I don't believe, but I did distribute in the past. When I did the original stream, I did distribute the files through some platform, but I don't remember now because it's been about a year. And typically, when I distribute files, I like to use the original SVG format. I'm very big on open formats. I don't really like the use of any proprietary formats. And of course, I do use open source software primarily. So any files that I distribute will typically be in an open format such as SVG. But if anyone needs them in another format, you can let me know and I will see what I can do with that. I'm trying to remember if there is anything that I am forgetting. Oh, there is one thing I forgot to do. So earlier, layers came up just before my talk, and I do remember now that I want to demonstrate something. So let's say that we wanted to organize these designs. I'm gonna group these. Okay, I don't mean to group everyone. I just need to group the dog. Where did my layer go? Okay, something went wrong there just here. Anyway, so right, I have the dog in a group, and I'm gonna put this lady here in the group as well. And then I'm going to rename them dog and lady zero. So lady zero, Lord of nothingness in this particular case. So right, let's say we wanted to organize this file. We can let's rename this to lady zero layer. And we can add another layer, lady one, and we will duplicate her and drag her into layer number one and rename her to lady one. And then let us get a layer for the dog. And drag that into there. And right. So this is how basically I would build a collection like what I did before with, where are they? Right. With this collection here. All of these are separate files, but I do have a rough collection right here in this file. And initially when I was designing them, what I did is I just kept adding layers, duplicating the original, and then inside of the duplicated layer, let me turn that off. Right, so inside this duplicated layer, I could go ahead and delete whatever pieces I don't want and make some changes. Oops, I did not mean to drag the scroll bar just now. Right, so I can then go ahead and make whatever changes I need to make over here and quickly iterate on this design. And then when I need to export, of course, it is really easy to just turn on and off layers and do it like that. Or in the most recent version of Inkscape, you can do is it batch export and or batch export, right? So here we go. So we can export all of these as separate files right from within Inkscape at once. And if you want a PNG to each of them, you can do that. Or you can go with SVG, PDF, etc., etc. Yeah, so really easy, really straightforward. And oh, when you do need to export, just make sure that they are visible because unfortunately, whatever is not visible will not be exported. So let me just show this again. Right, there we go. Sorry, and now you can select which ones you do want to export and export them like that. So yeah, that's basically it for this talk. I don't see any further questions here. Unless I missed them. Okay. There are no further questions as far as I can see, so I will kind of cut it a few minutes early. If anyone wants to find me, by the way, I roll out this or across pretty much all platforms. I'm on Mastodon. I am on Twitter, even though that's a dumpster fire at this point in time. I'm also on Instagram on PixelFed. Pixelfed.social/RolandVitsor, and same thing with Mastodon, and that's where you can find me primarily. And you can also find me on my website, rolanditsar.pro. I will leave that in the chat and a link to these files as well when we're done. All right, so I'm out.
Hi, Martin.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Cool. All right. Well, I think we might be on time. I think that the stream is intact and working right now. So
So
would you like me to? Oh, go ahead.
What should my friend do when he wants to join?
So you can give your friend the link, and then there will be a little pop-up that says, this person wants to join, and you just click admit, and that's that.
Oh, okay. So basically, I'll be in control.
I think that the stream is intact and working. I hear the stream in your background though, so you might want to mute.
You can. Yeah, sorry about that. What should my friend?
No worries.
There we go.
Perfect. Yeah, so you'll have control over it, but I'm just going to turn my camera off and I'll be around. I have to run my dog outside, but I'm listening and I can help out. Yeah, she's like, you've been sitting here for too long. I got to go. So
Yes, okay.
I'll hold questions for you until the end. Does that sound good?
Yep. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, kick it off.
Okay. So let's get a presentation in here. Let's see. So hello, everybody. My name is Martin. I'm a programmer in the free and open source world. And I generally will talk about Inkscape stuff or programming stuff. But one of my passions is experimenting and thinking about ways in which we work for each other in the open source world. Basically, this can be everything from economics to labor rights to like just thinking about some of the problems we have in open source world through the lens of labor. And so today I thought it would be an interesting topic to talk about bartering. Now, the first thing I want to do is give you all a fair warning that this is a very new talk. I've never given it before, nor have I ever practiced it before. So I'm just going to apologize up front for I might stumble through some of this, but hopefully it'll make sense or it'll cause a conversation, which is also one of the things I'd like to do, because we can only really learn about what we're doing in the open source world when we talk to each other about some of the difficulties that we have. Ooh. Go. Hey, Chris. Okay, so this is my friend Chris. He's just joined. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give a talk with slides, and then I'm going to cancel the slides, and we're going to talk to Chris. Let's see if we have time. Okay. So bartering. Bartering is a non-monetary, one-to-one transactional relationship for low trust environments. Right. That's your basic definition. It's giving a service or property in exchange for somebody else's service or property directly without an exchange medium. What is an exchange medium? Money. Money is a very useful tool because it allows you to have transactions with people where the other person doesn't need to have the exact thing that you need. So you need apples, the other person has bananas. Instead of trying to transact with them through bartering, you can just exchange through money. But a lot of people are artists and don't really have money, but still would like to be able to transact. And so in these instances, bartering might be for you. There is, of course, community. Community is a many-to-many relationship where people work together. Trust is built inside the community by contributing to the common goals, the project goals as a whole. Communities need good management, and they need good workflows and templates about what is acceptable inside of the community. And you need time to be able to build up the trust necessary to form and maintain a good, healthy community. But if you're working on a project with no community or a bad community, or you just don't have the time to be able to invest into building the trust relationships necessary, then bartering might be the thing for you. Next is relational relationships. Relational relationships are basically the opposite of transactional relationships. It's the way in which we tend to operate with things like our friends and our family. We do things for each other, we help each other without expecting anything in return. This is actually a really beautiful way of operating in the world, because you don't have to negotiate or think about the price of things or the value of things when you want to help somebody who needs you, and you don't have to expect anything in return. Forming friendships does make it easier to contribute, because you can essentially give without like constantly having to count out your time or constantly having to think about what it is that you might be able to get in return. But if you need to work with somebody who isn't your friend, and you do need a transactional relationship, then you might need some bartering. Next, we have trust. High trust environments allow you to contribute with a sense that you will get something in the future. So essentially, you want to be able to contribute, but you don't want to have to negotiate every single time. But if you exist in a high trust environment, one-to-one or inside of a project, then essentially you can give without expecting anything immediately in return. You can end up still expecting things in return, though, because it's still kind of transactional. You'll find this a lot in some projects where people will give and then they'll say, oh, but I kind of expected that you would help me out in the future. A lot of this is just is what's pseudo-transactional, and people are building up a sort of trust bank with each other in order to operate. And hopefully people understand that when they are trying to build a high trust environment inside of their projects, that this is a very good positive feedback mechanism inside of your project to be able to sort of make it just easier for people to work for each other's needs, to help each other, to form better and stronger and more positive relationships between each other. But if you're trying to work with people who you don't know yet, you don't know whether they're trustworthy, then you may need to barter. Now, bartering. It's a really inefficient way to work. There are plenty of other better mechanisms for basically forming transactions and relationships and making sure that we can do things for each other without having to sort of count and keep track of everything. But it's still a tool that you can use, and it's a very useful tool to use when you're in a certain situation where you don't really have the skills to be able to do the thing that you want. But somebody else who has the skills, and they need something from you that you do know how to do. So, how to barter. This is my very simple guide, very, very simple guide for what I would do if I wanted to barter with someone. First of all, be clear about what you want or what you need. Second of all, be clear about what you offer, like what you're capable of doing. Third, be flexible. Remember that you are working for somebody else. This is a job, even though money isn't involved. Do negotiate, because the amount of time that you spend on something and how you value it versus how much you value the thing that you're expecting to get in return, that's a negotiation. You can have a little bit of give and take. You can spend a bit more time on it, or you can even accept something that you think is of a higher value, because don't forget, we don't all value things equally. As long as both you and the other person are happy with the arrangement, then you should be good. And the fifth and final thing I would say is use bartering as a way of growing friendships, right? If you can grow communities, make friends, basically improve trust, then you'll actually be able to transition to some of the easier and more efficient ways of doing labor for each other, right? You'll be able to actually engage in some of the better methods. Okay, so this part is just awkwardness. I invite people to contribute to my Inkscape work by joining me on Patreon or LibrePay, because I do money in exchange for services. But I figured I'd put that out there as a caveat, because I've also engaged in bartering, and that is where I have invited Chris. How are we doing for time? That was a very quick introduction. I can never tell how long my talks are going to be. Let's see. Sure. Hey, Chris.
Hello.
Okay. So first of all, was that slideshow a complete mess? Because
No.
Oh, good.
You probably saw me up there in the corner nodding. Yeah.
Nodding away.
Good sign.
And a highly experimental talk I've never given to anybody, not even like to my wife. My heart was like, okay. So, Chris, I've invited you here because you are one of the people who I have bartered with the most, and I figured it'd be nice for you to talk about some of your experiences bartering with me, and the kind of work that you do.
Yeah. So mainly, actually, I do all kinds of graphics stuff. It includes brochures, flyers, logos and branding, animation. Sometimes I'll use Inkscape to make vectors to then bring into Blender, for example. And in Blender, you can extrude those out and bevel them and make them 3D and do all sorts of other animation stuff just with the vectors themselves. But Blender does not handle vector construction as easily as Inkscape does. So Inkscape saves a lot of time in that respect. And Inkscape, I started out using Photoshop and the Creative Suite, and I'm Illustrator, but then moved over to the free and open source alternatives after having used them in my workflow alongside the other stuff, the proprietary stuff for a while, and seeing that actually Inkscape could save me a lot of time versus just using Illustrator. And some of that is like me kind of abusing Inkscape's cloning ability to the extreme. And this is where Doc comes in handy.
It's like a Spider-Man.
So pushing the envelope of what Inkscape can handle. Sometimes I need a developer to help me prevent Inkscape from falling over dead.
Yeah. So your work, for instance, on cloning and stuff, that has been professional work that you're doing,
yes.
right? So
yes,
you will end up hitting some kind of brick wall, some kind of issue that basically causes you to have material work problems, right?
Yeah, and so, like I said, part of that is my own fault because, yeah, I'm using Inkscape, for example, to automatically make 20 different sizes for social media releases out of one square sample that I've made. And this allows me very quickly to do things like convention graphics, where you've got 200 speakers for a convention, and we're sending out social media packs for them to use, which is very labor intensive. It would be impossible, in fact, to do this manually for any reasonable amount of money. So I use Inkscape's clone system, which is quite advanced, in fact. It's something that the Illustrator crowd would envy if they knew what it could do.
It's very sweet of you to say. You're buttering me up for another fix, aren't you?
No, I'm just well, in this case, I'm preaching to the choir, I guess. But
it's true.
When I go into companies where they are using Illustrator, for example, I show them what Inkscape can do, and why I use Inkscape. They're like, "Oh, why don't you use Illustrator?" I'm like, "This is why." And I show them, and they get it right away why I use Inkscape instead. And part of that is to do with the work that I bartered from you, Doc. This is where I butter you up, by the way.
Please do.
Yeah. Well, so yeah, but I mean, it's also satisfying for both of us, I think, to know that the fixes that go into Inkscape are useful by the greater community. So it's not something that's entirely like, I want this, therefore I'm trading it. I know that there is also a greater
Absolutely,
or a greater benefit.
You're basically contributing to Inkscape's public good through me, right? So like, like much like my patrons, they pay me, but like all of the code is open source. It goes into the project. When you ask me to do stuff, that fix is usually very useful and or critical because like it's a crash or something, and you're only hitting it because you're an advanced user who like uses things in a very strenuous way. And you're able to offer me something in return for me being able to essentially focus on this issue today.
Yeah. And I'm fortunate that I have something to trade.
That is absolutely true. Yeah, there's one of the deficits to a problem. If you've got nothing to offer that anybody wants, then it's very difficult to do bartering. You know, it's one of the unfortunate situations where like you do have to have some resources in the project, in whether it's your time or money or whatever, to push things. And if you have no time, if you have no money, if you have no like skills to be able to barter, then I don't see how you can effect change within a project, whether it's fixes or like moving things in a specific direction that you would care to want.
Yeah, and I mean, people can pay in time too, like with contributions. They, like you were saying, some of it is building friendships within a project. So you don't necessarily have to barter something like signing a contract as such. Like quite a lot of the bartering that you and I do recently is more like, hey, can you help me with this? And you're like, yes. And then like, you'll come to me with something like a couple weeks or a month later and be like, hey, can you help me with this? And be like, yeah. So there's that too.
So we've talked a little bit about some of the stuff that you've asked me to do. Well, actually, we should talk briefly about some of the stuff that I've had you do in exchange. So Chris has been very good with me in terms of helping me do some of the designs for my YouTube channel, and and also some of the social media templates for positioning and things. And also developing, which I think this is one of the key things that is just awesome. It's a set of templates for Blender that I just call a script on, and it generates a new video that I can then edit into each of my videos at the beginning and end to just create a bit of professionalism. Like it's got music, it's already set, it's got all these animations that I could never really do in Blender. And it saves me a ton of time every week that I have to make a video that I can just use this block of work that Chris was very kind in being able to generate for me, because he has those skills. I believe you also did some conference slideshow graphics as well at one point.
Yeah, and some illustration work for your Patreon, etc. And that script that pulls in all of your Patreon supporters and organizes them and makes scrolling credits at the end, so you don't have to manually handle that.
Yes.
That's time sync. So hopefully that still works for you. Okay. If not, let me.
It is. Yeah, I edit the CSV each week to put in the entries, and then the script just sucks it in and does what it's supposed to do. Somebody did comment tonight, and this is a brief aside, that the speed of it as it slows down at the end is like really bad, and I was just like, well, I don't know how to fix that, so maybe I'll get you to.
Yeah. Let me know. I wrote it so that it would automatically extend the video based on the number of Patreon supporters, because the last thing you want is like to have half a thousand supporters scrolling past in 10 seconds and you're not able to actually read any of them. So there's some dynamic figuring out. Maybe I overestimated.
I do admit sometimes in Kadian Live, I'll actually squeeze the video a little bit so that it's faster.
Okay.
Just
Yeah,
for
that's fine
timing.
too.
Yeah.
But let me know if it saves you some time. I can tweak those
Yeah.
Python variables.
That'd be nice. So I think we should throw this over to questions if there is any, because this is a topic that, as I said, partially it's about just thinking about how we do labor in free and open source, how we think about each other and respect each other's time, and also like how we treat each other in terms of like being polite when we ask for things that we need.
Yeah, there's a couple questions. I can moderate those for you.
Please.
So the first question is, what is the best way to go about suggesting UX workflows, for want of a better term, to the Inkscape development team? Would it be best to approach the team with a fully fleshed out mockup and description?
Yeah, so we in the Inkscape community, we've actually spent time and tried to develop the UX team as a team, so that people who have user experience and design skills can have a space of their own where they can talk about these problems and develop them collaboratively if they want. And then there's a GitLab issues tracker that's dedicated to UX issues. And the way generally it's worked in terms of the interaction with developers is that sometimes a developer will come to the UX team and ask them for help and say, hey, I need help. I want to develop this thing, but I just don't have the designs. And then the person from the UX team will usually respond and help them. And alternatively, what happens is that a design will be pushed by a designer, and they'll basically elicit support from a programmer, essentially saying like, "Hey, this design is really cool. It just needs a programmer to focus on it." And all of those requests are about the relationships between the individuals involved. So mostly, what I would say is, if you're dedicated towards getting UX changes in Inkscape, then you have to kind of join the team and participate if that's your mode, or you can choose to hire a developer to do the work, which is probably not in most people's budget. But I should make it clear that like that is the negotiation that's going on.
Cool, yeah, it's
thanks.
often high value trade-in for programming time too, because programmers tend to make quite a lot of money when they do make money. So.
Don't tell me that, Chris.
So if you have, well, I mean, I'm just saying, compared to me, maybe that's not saying very enough.
Okay.
But like I consider it quite high value.
Yeah.
So I'm quite happy to trade hours of my time for hours of your time.
It can be difficult, I think, in terms of feeling like you're contributing your skills as a UX designer and not feeling like your time is respected, and your contribution is respected. We try and encourage programmers to recognize UX and design as a profession, as a skilled work, and also to recognize the work that happens in the UX team. This is just a cultural thing that we reiterate on, just to make sure that developers understand that even if developers don't have time to implement a UX proposal, that they understand where it comes from. They understand to be polite and to consider the request seriously.
That kind of leads right into the next question. So, bartering is a nice idea. I've never thought about it before. For bartering to work, both parties need to have something, the other wants or values.
Yeah.
UX designers have UX contributions to barter. If a Floss project maintainer, code contributor doesn't value UX contributions, do you have any suggestions on how to deal with that situation?
Yeah, that's a cultural failing, I think, because there's a lot of programmers who were trained, or should I say badly trained, in terms of like what is respectable about each of the collaborators that they work with. And too many of my fellow programmers kind of got this impression from kinds of universities they went to do computer science, that programming was the only job. And the only real other jobs that they would have to interact with is management, which they shouldn't really pay much attention to, and maybe HR. And that's it. Like they like to be siloed. They like to be like just put in a room and just code away and just do a thing. But like that's just not how good programming should be done. It should be done collaboratively. You should understand users. You should understand designers. You should be able to collaborate with people. And I think it reflects badly on their professionalism when a project itself cannot incorporate a multi-skilled, multidisciplinary organization method. As for like how to change a culture towards that, I'm not sure. Chris, do you have any ideas?
Well, so I think there are two different things we're talking about here. One is bartering. When you're bartering, you are bartering with individuals. Nobody barters with the whole project or the whole project team, right? So if you are expecting something for your UX stuff, you need to find a developer who wants that, first of all, to make that bartering work. So that's a little bit of a different thing. If you want to get your UX changes in, for example, and you want the team to implement those, like say that's what you're bartering, for lack of a better word, then you really have to be open to babysitting it for the long haul. This is from experience. Like you shouldn't expect the team to stop everything that they're doing to come and handle your UX stuff right away, right? You can kind of like, what I would do is I would hang out and see how everything is working and see what's getting people's attention. And if you can pull that sort of thing into your own UX designs and interactions, you need to be able to get somebody interested in it. But it's not so much bartering as it is just community building. So probably the best inroad is to come in, join the project, and just be part of the conversation, not just UX stuff. There's lots of stuff happening all the time, lots of decisions to be made. And you can have a voice there as well. You might discover that the UX mockup that you have is really pretty, but it doesn't do what people are wanting to do, like in the grand scheme of the project. And UX is not a universal thing. Like every project has their own particular styling. You can call it a house style, I guess. Or if you're lucky enough to have a project, they call them HIGs, Human Interface Guidelines, which I don't think we actually have a human interface guidelines.
There is a GNOME HIG, which we sometimes follow.
Right. Well, and that's a good one to look at because it's GTK based, right?
Yeah.
So, and that's what Inkscape is written in the UI. So, like there's a difference. There is an actual difference between something that you've made that you think is
cool.
So if you don't like have any UX experience, like by all means come and share your ideas, but don't say it must be done this way.
Chris, you cut out there for us a second. I think what you were saying was that there's a difference between an idea that you have and an idea that somebody else wants.
Well, yeah, sort of. I mean, it can just boil down to how Inkscape works already, because UX should be holistic, right? It should take into account how people use Inkscape already and fit into that UX paradigm first, right? I mean, it's okay to make something wildly new if it's good, but then we have to change a bunch of other stuff to match it so that it's not just
definitely. Yeah, we definitely have had to negotiate with UX design about keeping and maintaining existing functionality. Sometimes we'll actually push it out for testing. We'll say, okay, we need this as an actual test. Go out to users, find out if people are actually using this old functionality or whether we can drop it or not. And sometimes it's about like, well, if we change it like this, how much of a disruption will it be? If we can add things complementarily without removing things, that we'll choose that first, which may explain why Inkscape is so complicated. But I think it's worth, you know, genuinely engaging in it as a UX labor. Like it's real work that's happening when you're involving yourself in the community.
Well, and also if you're there's a further thing where if you have a design and you feel that you've done all the work and you just want to throw it at the project and hope that
Yeah,
it sticks, it's not going to.
That's never going to work.
You're going to have to talk to people about it. You're going to have to explain things. Some of these things you're going to think are obvious, but you have to explain anyway, and you have to be really, really nice about it because at the end of the day, yes, you're contributing, but you're also asking for a favor, right? Everybody who looks at your design, they're putting in work too towards the UX. So there is a lot of give and take. I wouldn't come in and expect because you've done some work that something will happen. You should probably come in with the attitude that you're going to help the project and kind of follow that rather than, you know, I want to help the project in this way, and if this doesn't work out, then, you know, I'm out. But it doesn't really work that way. You need to be part of the community.
Oh, we've lost your audio.
This reminds me of that analogy where it's like someone brings a cake that you don't want. It's like, that's a great cake. I'm sure it tastes great, but like we're not eating cake right now, that sort of thing. But there is a follow-up question based on this one. Would you say that then you need to be in the community already to effectively barter?
No, bartering is something you can do one-on-one with somebody. So if you can, if you know that somebody else needs something specific that you have, then making a direct call to them and say, look, I will give you this in exchange for you doing this for me. You don't have to be inside of the community. That's one of the benefits that you can extract from doing bartering. If you're inside of the community, then what you're really trying to do is you're not bartering at all. You're trying to build trust and relationships and friendships and involving yourself, as they say, showing up is half of the work. And through that trust and through those relationships, that's how you affect the labor in other people. You sometimes will see bartering between projects, like Inkscape may ask, you know, like GTK for something, and there sometimes is some back and forth there, but honestly, it is just relationships when you're on the inside.
Okay.
Yeah. It becomes easier. Sorry, I was just going to add, it becomes easier to understand what different people want and need when you're part of the community.
Yeah.
So if you're looking for something to barter, come and talk to people first. You know, don't be like, I have this thing and I will trade for this thing when you don't know what people need. It's not going to work.
Cool. So we have a question, maybe it's a half joke, but so will there be an Inkscape cloning talk by Chris next year?
Ooh.
Yeah. I mean, it's all in my book. You can grab a copy of that now.
I should point the book out.
Nice.
There you go. There's my book. So that has a lot of the cloning stuff that I have. It has some advanced tutorials, like in it, you make a light bulb shape, which is just a black shape that looks like a light bulb. And then by cloning that in various ways and applying filters and other things to that, the versions of that clone, you're making a light bulb illustration that then, if you change the original black outline of the light bulb, it changes the light bulb illustration in real time. And so like that shows you how powerful it is.
I think this is Chris telling you he wants to do a talk. Please subscribe him.
Oh, yes. Well, you know.
Cool.
Yeah, like I could show you quickly what kind of what I'm talking about with the cloning stuff here. Let's see if I can. Okay, yeah, right. So here, we've got this hall of mirrors going on. Let's go and.
Hang on, Chris. We're out of time, aren't we?
So you are at the very end of the day. This is the last session, and people are like into it in the chat. We're asking for a link for the book.
Oh, a link for the book. Yeah. There you go.
Thanks.
Awesome.
I should have that.
Is that the
handy.
last of the questions?
That was the last of the questions. I did just put out a call like anything more, but I think that might be the end of it.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody, for flattery will get you everywhere. Thank you, everybody, for watching this talk. I hope it wasn't too rough and ready. As I said, it's the first time I've presented. I think I did it too fast again. I need to slow down.
It was great. People were in the chat like, "This is an awesome topic. Thanks." It was very well received.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much for being a part of the summit this year, Martin.
Thank you. And thank you for all the organizing work. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. It's my pleasure. I'm going to wrap up here momentarily. So whenever you're ready, you can drop